Hey, happy Sunday, everyone. Yeah, we up in there. Happy Sunday. And if you celebrate Easter, happy Easter to you. Happy holiday to you. Hello, everyone. Happy Sunday. Welcome to the SBK Conversations with your boy. It's your boy up in the house. How are you guys? Happy Sunday to all of my peeps. What's going on, man? I am so excited to be with you guys, and I am gearing up to have a wonderful show. All right? Are you guys ready to have some fun or what? We got a banger for you. You know what I mean? We got a banger for you. You know what I mean? So, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Again, happy Sunday. Thank you. Hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. A wonderful, productive weekend. And if you are off this weekend, of course, on this holiday, I hope you had a wonderful weekend, enjoyed with your family, your loved ones. I know I did. I just got done eating my fill. Shout out to my aunt, Pam, and my uncle. They threw down dressing, turkey, ham, dressing, corn, the whole 9 yards, cranberry sauce. I mean, Joe, if you're listening, they threw down. You know what I mean? So I want to say shout out to my Aunt Pam. I want to say shout out to my Uncle Terry for whooping his ass in dominoes, because I am the greatest domino player ever. You know what I'm saying? And anybody got a problem with that, you come and see me and we can play. You dig? I am the greatest ever. Ever. You know what I mean? So shout out. If you haven't hit that like button as you came in, hit the like button. We got a great show coming up for you guys, man. And I just want you guys to make sure that you hit the like button, share, subscribe, hit the whole 9 yards, you dig? You know what I mean? So, I forgot to post on YouTube that we're live. And we're going to do that right now as I'm speaking to you guys, as you guys are coming on in. I hope you guys like and share this live. You know what I mean? On Sunday, we're making a thing out of this, man. And I am posting right now on YouTube that we are live. We are live. We are live. You know what I mean? So, can you guys hear me all right? Everybody hear me? We're about to salute the chat in a minute. Well, first, let me make some announcements here. If you have not subscribed to this channel, the SBK Media channel here, subscribe every Sunday night at this time here. We're going to be bringing it to you raw and uncut. You know what I mean? Raw and uncut. Next Sunday, on the 27th, I'm going to be hosting an all-ladies panel. An all-female panel. All of you females, if you are a female, I want you guys to come in with your boy. No men allowed. All the men control you in the chat. All right? All the men control you, but it's just me and all you ladies. Questions, you guys bring the heat. I don't know what's going on. I think it's weather. This is going on again. But anyways, we yes, about to storm. Hopefully it, it's not like it did 2 weeks ago. But anyways, so if you are a lady at the sound of my voice, I want you guys to come join me next week on the 27th. All right, on the 27th, an all women's panel. I will be hosting. I will be asking the questions. You guys, let your voice be heard. You know what I mean? Let your voice be heard. We want to hear your voice. All the men, no men allowed. All the men are in the chat. You know what I mean? Men, you can come, you can join in the chat and give your opinions. You know what I mean? As the ladies, they pop their ish, but all ladies, it's all women panel. If you're welcome to come on the panel. All right, this coming 27th. I want the ladies to be heard. All right, on the 27th. Okay. I'm gonna salute the chat, but I'm gonna get these announcements. The chat is lit today. Second of all, the Tap In podcast on Fridays, we will not be having a show this coming Friday, and I will tell you why. Your boy has a teenager that is getting ready for prom. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I got a teenager's getting ready for prom next weekend. So Friday, she's gonna be getting her nails done, hair done, everything did, getting ready for that Saturday. So all that Friday, I'm going to be tied up. But what I want you guys to do is, Sis and I haven't figured it out yet, but what we're talking about doing is basically probably doing a pop-up live. We might do a pop-up live maybe, during the week, but you guys keep us posted. We might just do a pop-up live, but we'll let you know. But this coming Friday is not going to be a good time for us to have the Tap In podcast, to have our podcast with me, and it's just E. So don't look for us at 8 o'clock Friday. All right, we will resume week after next. All right, but this coming Friday, I got a teenager that's going to be jamming and partying out. You know what I mean, on the podcast, on her end. You know what I mean. But our podcast is going to be. It's going to be canceled, but we're trying to figure out a date. So you guys just keep your post notifications, keep it ready. All right. Because we're thinking about just doing a pop-up live sometime in the middle of this week, but we'll keep you posted. All right. We'll keep you posted. So yeah, I got daddy duties, ladies and gentlemen. I got daddy duties. So that's what's up. You know what I mean? So y'all, if you haven't subscribed to us, the Tap In podcast, please go and subscribe to the Tap In podcast with your host. It's just ETV and your boy SBK. All right. So let me shout out the chat. You heard the bestie, Thrive and Glow with Joe. Shout out to Thrive and Glow with Joe. Appreciate, like, share, and subscribe. Shout out to Thrive and Glow with Joe. Shout out to my boy, the attorney, Kevin Corpman. Shout out to you, boy. Shout out to the lovely Gisela. Hey, love. Shout out to the lovely Susanna. Hey, love. Thank you for your support. Shout out to the beautiful I Said What I Said. Hey, love. How you doing? What's going on? Most hated bronze, flat power God. Salute to you, bro. Salute. Hey, love, how you doing, Delana? Good to see you again. Happy Easter to you. Thank you for coming. And we got my little bro, Lionel Suggs. He said, how is cheating not good? If she cheats on me, now I get to stack my roster up and rotate these girls. No more constant headache. Keep that in mind. My boy is already ready. He's already ready. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, he's already ready. How you doing, Margin? How you doing? Thank you for coming through. Thank you. Salute. We got the Bay Area, baby. Hurry. DR is in the house. How you doing, Queen? How you doing? We have the lovely Lisa J. Stocks. Thank you for coming through, sweetheart. Thank you for coming through. Thank you. Who else we got up in here? I think that... Hey, Jenny Velez. Hey, Mamacita. How you doing, love? Thank you for coming through. She's in the bushes watching. Thank you. That's one of those day ones right there. Oh, Jenny. How you doing, Jenny? Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't hit that like button, hit that like button. All right, we got a great subject here, man, that we want to talk about. And I got two guests that's in the back chat right now. But before we start getting into that or whatever, what I want to do is I want to well, let me give you the subject. You know, the subject at hand is emotional versus physical cheating. We're going to talk about cheating. We're going to talk about cheating today. Physical and emotional. Cheating. Physical and emotional cheating. All right? That's what we're going to be talking about. I want to talk about it. And I'm going to drop the link for you guys. We're going to get into stuff, and I'm going to drop the link in just a few minutes. Emotional and physical cheating. What's worse? I got a poll in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. I got a poll in the chat. All right. I hope let's look at it. Let me see if I got it here. Well, I got it here. Got a poll in the chat, and I think it was in the chat or in the post. I don't see it here. I thought I put a post. I don't see it here. I thought I put it up. I thought we put it up, and I don't see it. But anyways, I don't see it here. But I don't see it here at all. That's we didn't do it right. But I want your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. What is worse? Physical cheating or emotional cheating? It says 50-50. I don't see it anywhere. Hey, Giza, you said it's 50-50? I don't see the poll here. I don't see it on my end. I don't see the poll here on my end at all. Okay, if you guys see the poll, go ahead and do it. I don't see it on my end. I'm looking on my phone and I don't see it. But go ahead and take the poll. Go to the poll, and which one is better, emotional or physical cheating? We're going to talk about it. My team of people says it's there, so I don't see it on my end. Maybe it's just, I don't know. But it says, I said what I said, says 20 votes, 50-50. All right. I don't see it on my end for some reason. But as long as it's there, you guys see it, go ahead and vote. All right. Go ahead and vote. Go ahead and vote. Let me see if it's there now. I don't see it on my end. I don't know what's up. But guys, go ahead and vote. What's worse? Emotional cheating or physical cheating? All right. I'm going to play a portion of a video. All right. I'm going to play a portion of video, and I want you guys to look at it. And I'm going to play a portion of video, and I'm getting all these messages. I don't have time to look at messages. I'm going to play a portion of a video. I want you guys to look at it. I want you guys to, I want you guys' opinion, all right? And we're going to look at this, and I want you guys to look at it. And here we go. I'm going to share this video, and then I'm going to bring my guest up, all right? And so here we go.
In this day and age, a lot of us have friends of the opposite sex. They could be co-workers, colleagues from school, people from church or various social functions. The big question today is, how close is too close when you're in a romantic relationship with someone else? I feel as if a lot of people are not able to draw a fine line between the two, and hence end up blurring the lines and causing complications in the relationship that matters most to them. In today's video, I'm going to be sharing with you signs that your woman is emotionally cheating on you. Now, emotional cheating is usually harder to spot. And women actually do that a lot more than your conventional type of cheating, where she's pretty much hopping into someone else's bed and other things are going on behind your back. Emotional cheating, you'd be surprised, happens more often than not. In this video, I decipher all those signs, so stick and stay. Number one sign. Now, the number one sign which shows that your so-called friendship is moving into an emotionally gray area and a slippery slope is you start looking good for this other person. You need to know your woman through and through. And I'm guessing if you've been dating for a while, you actually sort of have figured out her parts and what she likes, what she doesn't like. Now, if all of a sudden she seems to be dressing up a little more than usual, taking the extra effort to put on makeup, get her hair done, and that whole thing, something that of course she does not do for you, or maybe does for you, but not even as often, you should look into it a little bit. And she starts to do special things for the other guy and not you. Suddenly she seems to go above and beyond for this friend that she's made, or this colleague at work. He's sick. She's cooking for him. Meanwhile, she wouldn't even cook for you. Or this other friend is sick, and she's visibly worried about the fact that, oh, he's home alone. There's no one to cook for him or care for him, and that kind of thing. Number 4 is when she begins to spend more time away from you, her significant other. She's in a romantic relationship with you, and yet for some reason she's become so busy. And indeed, this was not even the case when you guys started out, right? She made time for the relationship because she felt like you were her priority, you were the one that mattered. And there's an interest.
Do you really want to make your holiday special? Tanzania has got so much to offer. From the famous Serengeti National Park.
Interesting one that really gets me. So when your woman starts texting with someone and wouldn't tell you who it is, or seems to be hiding that conversation, or not telling you about this person who suddenly has piqued her interest. She can't wait to surreptitiously take her phone and check to see if this person has messaged her, even when she is with you. She's giggling about it, she's laughing about it, and goes on the defense when you query. Like, who are you chatting with? Hey, what's your problem? Why, what? Girl can't laugh anymore? There's something there. Trust. Sign that she may be emotionally cheating is the fact that she may be laughing more with this other person as opposed to you. Gone are the days when y'all could just sit on the couch, you say something and you were like the funniest person in the room. Is when she seems lost in thought all the time. So what are you saying? If I'm with my significant other, I can't think anymore? Like, what's going on here, right? Attention to this, because what's going to happen when she's emotionally cheating is she's going to start comparing you to the other guy. And usually it's not in a favorable way. Like, oh, baby, you're so good. I love the way when you are pointing things out about the other person, things that may not necessarily be great about them, or she seems to be on the defensive, take note. She might have some attachments to this other guy, reason why she's being so defensive with him. And these things happen every day. It's like you don't want anyone to tarnish the image of this person that you revere.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now, there's different forms of cheating, ladies and gentlemen, and I am listening to you. You guys, I want you guys' opinion. Hey, Bonds, how you doing, love? How you doing? Anybody else I missed that's up in here? So there's many forms of cheating, all right? Many forms of cheating, and I want you guys. I'm listening to you. Look. We'll get into that. I got you. I'm all of your statements. I got them. We're gonna go back to it. But there's many forms of cheating. Okay, many forms of cheating. The lady just talked about text messages. I have been whenever I was out in the dating world and dating people, liking another person's pics, liking another person of the opposite sex's pictures. You know what I mean? That was a form of cheating to, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, even though to me, that's harmless, but liking someone else's pictures. Another thing, guys and ladies exchanging numbers, exchanging your phone numbers. You know what I mean? If it has nothing to do with business, you know what I mean? If it's business, okay. But if it has nothing to do with business, you know what I mean? This is another one. I have been accused of cheating, of being emotionally cheating or whatever, or flirting or whatever. Flirting could be a part of being emotional cheating. You're out and about, got a waiter, you're being nice to the waiter. Hey, you're being too nice. What's going on? You know what I'm saying? So I got two women in my back chat, some young ladies in my back chat. We're gonna get this we're gonna get this party started. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of married people in you know, people that have been married. I want to hear from you, Bonds. I want to hear from you. I said what I said. I want to hear from you. You guys are welcome to hit the chat, hit the panel. I'm going to drop the link in just a few minutes. But I want to hear you married people. I want to hear you single people. You know what I'm saying? Kiki and Kaka and shit. Okay, so I'm gonna bring you people up. Ready or not? Here you come, Joe. I know you say don't bring us up. You're getting brought up. Ready or not? Here you come. Here we go. And we got these two known ladies in this sector. Thrive and Glow with Joe, the beautiful.
Hey everyone.
Ro. What's going on, ladies?
Hey.
I wanted you.
I didn't like that. I didn't like that little short film. I sure didn't like that.
Well, Joe didn't like it either. And I want your opinion about it. So, Joe, you go first. Let me ask a question to you, ladies. I'm gonna drop. Hey, sweet Rita, how you doing, love? How you doing? I'm going to drop the link, and any lady, y'all can come up on the panel. I'm gonna drop the link. Y'all can come and join us. All right, we're gonna talk about this. All right. But here's my question, ladies. The link is now pinned. I didn't pin it at the top, but the link is now pinned. Here's my question to you, ladies. You ladies, I've known you for a long time. You ladies are very upfront when it comes to your past relationships, right? So y'all's past relationships, y'all have gone through some stuff. Joe, you've been married. Ro, you might as well say you've been married. You've been through some stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I know you guys personally, and I know you guys are very forthcoming, and you guys are going to be honest with me. You guys are going to be upfront. You know what I'm saying? If there's any two ladies that I know that's upfront about relationships, marriage, and so forth, it's y'all two. All right. So I want to ask y'all this. Which and I don't have it in front. I don't know why I can't see it on my end. But I want to ask you guys, I want to ask you two, what is worse? Emotional cheating or physical cheating? And I want you to go. We got I said what I said. Hey, love, how you doing? How you
Hey
doing?
now.
Hey y'all. See, I was gonna take the damn night off.
No,
SBK,
no, you
you done
can't
made me
take
come
no.
up here.
Yeah, they had us hostage on Friday night. I was like, damn, I went to sleep all day Saturday.
Uh,
Yeah, I was gonna try to take the night off and just stay in the chat and be nice and calm and just
no,
comment.
no days off. No days off on Friday and Friday and Sunday. but
Y'all are
but look here,
crazy. I went to sleep
look
on
here,
Friday.
look here, man. I was lit. I was lit. I didn't have anything to do that next day, but you know how E is. E just keeps going and going. I'm like, sis, we
And
gotta
then at
go.
the end, she was,
And
She
then
on that California time. She
yeah,
2 hours ahead of us. I
exactly.
mean, behind us.
But y'all, I said what I said. Joe and Ro, she was talking about hiccups and stuff, and she texted me the next morning. She said, "Brother, as soon as I laid down, the hiccup stopped."
I
So
knew it.
her hiccup stopped as soon as she laid down. But look here,
So she
Joe.
was fine.
Yes, I want you to go first, Joe. Which is worse, emotional cheating or the actual act itself of physical cheating? And I want you to go. You go.
Okay. So here's my take. And I've only been married. I've never had a long-term relationship, or I've never had a situationship. I've never had, I've never. So I'm speaking on having been married. And personally, I think there's a difference. In my opinion, right? I know some people, though, have lived with people and then they call it marriage, right? Because they've lived together, I guess. I've never experienced that, so I'm not speaking on that. I'm speaking from a perspective who's been married, and I believe that having been married, cheating is different, right? However, I do have a lot to speak on, which I'll leave it for later. But because from experience, again, is what I'm saying. But I think emotional is worse because it leads to physical. And so I think emotional is worse of those two, in my opinion.
Why do you say it's worse?
Because it leads to physical. And it starts building on. And I agree with the girl or the lady that was speaking. I agree that emotional cheating is more prevalent with women. I think personally, I think it's easier for a woman to get away with being emotionally cheating, or that's how it starts. In other words, I think for a man, they would physically cheat before they emotionally cheated.
You
But
said you said you
here,
think. How do you know?
this is because the woman, the broad, is emotionally cheating with my man, and then my man physically cheats with her.
So how do you know? But how do you know? I wanna
You know
challenge
what?
you, lady.
No
You
what?
said you're saying you say that, but how do you? I want to challenge you on your reasoning for saying it's emotional, that it's worse. Okay, so you're saying it leads to it, but emotionally, how is that affecting you?
Okay, women are
Don't look
emotional
at me
beings.
like that. You know I'm going to push you. I don't.
Women are you're asking my opinion. I'm going to give it
Yes,
to you.
yes.
Women are emotional beings.
Okay.
We are led by our emotions. So for a woman, if you emotionally cheat against me, that's going to affect me being an emotional being. That's going to affect me more. And that's going to lead you or lead to a physical cheat. Maybe it never gets to be physical, but the fact that it was emotional is wrong in my book.
Okay. So
Even if it happened to you, right? So for you, the woman would emotionally be cheating. if me being your bestie, I'd be pissed to flip off if she was emotionally cheating against you, right? But I mean, either way, to
Okay.
me, emotionally is worse than physical.
Okay, so let me.
Ask someone else now.
No. Okay, well, I'll ask one. I'm going around the circle. Hey, Vaughn, thank you for coming through. I want your opinion because you are a married lady. All right.
I wasn't gonna come up here, but hey, y'all.
Yeah, you said you wasn't.
Hey, how you doing, Miss Vaughn?
Hey,
I know you
Vaughn.
said you wasn't, but you're here. So, but look, I'm going around. So, go ahead, Ro. It's your turn. But look, here's my question before you answer, Ro. Emotional cheating. Yes, ladies are women are creatures of emotion. That's the way the Creator made you, right? What's up with it, Diesel? What's up with it, bro? My fellow meathead. So, ladies, y'all are the salt of the earth. We need y'all. You know what I mean? But the way you guys are created, you guys are emotional. You know what I'm saying? I don't care how tough you may be. We know that you guys are emotional. That's the way it is, right? But I want to know how it makes you feel emotionally to be cheated on, quote unquote, cheated on. I want to know. All right. I want to know when a man crosses the line. All right. When it crosses. Go ahead, Ro. Go ahead. It's on you.
We're still answering the first question. Which one's worse?
I got this. Go ahead, Ro.
Oh,
Okay. On my opinion, I feel like both is bad. There's nothing to it. Emotional and physical cheating is cheating. If you do either with me, it's gonna be your ass. Because for the simple fact, I'm being disrespected, first of all. Especially on the physical part. All women don't clean they kitty the same. They don't. You know what I'm saying? Then you end up dipping your little wiener in somebody infected kitty, and you bringing that stuff to me. You know what I'm saying? And I keep my stuff clean. I don't want nobody giving me BB and all kind of crazy yeast infection because you dip your wiener in something strange. You know that stuff get crazy. So the emotional part, you thinking of another woman, you need to be with that woman and leave me the hell alone. That's just how it is.
So
You supposed to be. I'm supposed to be number one.
right.
I'm supposed to have the show. I'm the star of your motherfucking mind. If I'm not, you need to leave stage left and let me go find me another man that I can hop on. Since you want to sit here want to cheat on me with somebody else.
Okay, so I want to know. I want you ladies to be specific as to what is emotional cheating. What is emotional cheating? I want y'all to be specific. Like Joe is being abstract, man. Oh, abstract. Look, yeah, we're emotional creatures, and
If you thinking about fucking somebody else, if you thinking about sucking on her cat, if you want us to be Pacific, if you thinking about talking on the phone with her all the damn time, that's
If you
emotional.
text
That you just thinking about it.
but how do you know? How do you know you're thinking about all that? You know what
Okay,
I mean?
I can answer the question.
Go ahead,
if y'all-
go ahead, go ahead.
Okay.
Bob. Go ahead.
So emotional cheating is when you don't necessarily feel heard from your spouse. So what you'll do is, and it can be on accident, and sometimes once because it initially it starts out innocent. You don't even know you doing something wrong, right? Until you start to desire that person, or you're thinking about that person, or you are finding yourself in the same place as that person, and y'all ain't even got the same kind of schedule, right? So emotional cheating will look like you feel heard. It's like you like the girl said, you kikiing all the time. You're hiding your phone. Now y'all ain't even really said nothing indecent to each other, but you enjoy spending time or even having some time with that other person. That is what emotional cheating is.
Lionel, get your ass up here. You type in the chat. Get on up here.
Liner going in, boy. I've been telling
Going in. Get on up. Get on out here. Get on out here. Like old dude said on Color Purple when he told Celie to get that razor. Celie, ain't that razor sharpened yet? Get on out here and do me right now.
Oh, I hate that movie. I hate Color Purple. I'm so serious.
Get on out here and do me right now. Get on out here. So you have
steady grinding.
My brother, my day one brother, steady grinding. What's going on, bro? That is one of my day ones. I'm glad, Bonds, that you brought out a really great point before I said what I said go. You brought out a really great point. I don't know how many times whenever I talk about relationships and dating and marriage and all that, you brought out a wonderful point about offending someone, offending your loved one without you even knowing, right? And it's important that you have communication to let your spouse or let your girlfriend, boyfriend know, look, man, I didn't like the way that you handled that. You offended me on that. You know what I mean? And I like that you pointed that out because it can be unintentional. I brought out beginning of this live. I brought out some points to where I've been out and about. And if anybody has been around me, Joe, Thrive and Glow with Joe knows, I am the most gracious and the most humble person there is whenever I'm out at a restaurant, out and about with people. I am nice to everyone. I don't care if you're a man, if you're a lady, if you're a child, I'm going to treat you with respect, right? If I'm getting food, I'm ordering food. I remember one time, Joe, you can attest to this. I was getting breakfast for my daughter and I, and the lady was, getting my daughter some donuts, and I was just being myself. And you said, and I want you ladies to understand this, okay? I was messaging Joe, and I was sending her a video message, and Joe so happened to listen to the interaction that I had with the lady that was giving my daughter donuts and her kolaches and all that, right? And Joe messaged me and said this: I can see why ladies want to flirt with you, SBK, because of your demeanor. And I immediately got on the defense. I'm like, what are you talking about? I was just being myself. I wasn't, I wasn't, I was trying to get my food, because at the same time, I want to treat people the way, but here's the thing. Not only Joe noticed that, but I have, me being in the dating world, I have had ladies, I don't like the way you're too nice. That's a form of cheating. You know what I mean? But that's just, but go ahead. The floor is now yours. I said what I said. Go ahead.
All right. Well, like Don said, emotional cheating is the fact that somebody feel like they're not getting something at home. But I disagree with not knowing what you're doing. Okay? Everybody is grown and you know what you're doing. If you're not getting something at home, then you taking your problem outside the house and you're looking for affirmation. You're looking for sympathy. You're looking for a listening ear, and you're looking for someone to feel sorry for you, in my opinion. You're looking for someone to come and save you. So you automatically know as an adult, if you take your problems outside the house, and as a man, you're a hunter, you know exactly what you're doing. And even as a woman, you're the prey, and you know how to prey up on a man, right? I mean, we know exactly what we're doing when we're trying to get someone else's attention, whether it be we don't get enough attention at home, or our spouses is not doing what we want them to do, or whatever the problem is. If you take it outside the house, you automatically know it's a possibility to whomever that you're talking to that it possibly could go somewhere else. Now, as far as is it worse for emotional or physical? For me, it's physical. Because you can talk to somebody all day long, and if you don't act upon those feelings, well, that means dilly squat to me. And at the end of the day, most people are gonna pay you some attention for 3 months, and that's over with anyway. Okay, unless you want it to go somewhere further. So yeah, you and your wife have a fight, or you and your man have a fight, and you go and tell your work husband or your work wife the problem or whatever the issue is. Most of the time you're looking to get something from someone else. Otherwise you wouldn't take it to anybody else other than the person that you're married to, or other than the person that you're living with, or the person that you're with. Because let's keep it real, nobody on the outside can solve your problem anyway. So why are you taking your problem outside the house? In order to fix an issue, it has to be fixed together. Nobody else can fix it for you other than you and that other person. So I feel like if you take your problems outside and you tell someone else what is going on, then you're inviting trouble into your relationship. And I'm just like Ro, don't bring me no heebie-jeebies home. And to me, it's worse. It's worse if you bring me some damn heebie-jeebies and I can't shake them than it is for you to just have a conversation with somebody. Because at the end of the day, all it is conversation. When you taking out, when you giving out the cookies or the package, that means you're giving something away that's supposed to be mine's, okay, or his, or whatever the situation is. You're giving away something, and to me, that's worse than just having emotional, what you call it, pity party with somebody, because that's basically what it is. It's a damn pity party that you need to get over. So I feel like the physical, because once it gets physical, that's a possibility that you really want to walk out the door anyway. And you're testing out the waters to see, is it worth leaving for, or what I'm getting from here, is that better than what I have at home? So to me, you've taken it to a whole nother level whenever you get physical with somebody.
Okay, you're saying it's worse.
I can agree with that.
Okay. Now, I want you, Bonds. I pinned your statement up here. You said flirting is harmless to me.
Why you wait till I get on the panel to put it up? Now I got the answer.
Hey, everything happens for a reason, Bonds. Everything. Now, look, I want you to, you put the statement up. I want you to answer. But before you answer, there's a lot of people that share your same sentiment, that flirting is harmless to me unless you act upon that flirting. I've heard that before. All right. I've actually heard that. I tend to agree with you on that. Okay. I do. I'm with you on that. Because
Really?
I do. I'm gonna tell you what.
How's that harmless?
I'm gonna tell you that's harmless because as I said what I said, basically answered my question, because the physicality, when you go ahead and you are cheating, actually going into the actual physical part of that, you are actually crossing the line. Now, I'm not saying that you're crossing the line. Okay, look, there's different levels of cheating there's different levels of flirting, in my opinion. Okay, that could be perceived as as flirting. All right, complimenting a lady
SBK, let me ask you a question right quick.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you said flirting is harmless. Would you want your woman to flirt in front of you? Would that be harmless?
It just depends on what it is. You know what I mean? You got to be specific. Don't be.
But wait, let me explain
Go ahead,
before everybody jump on top of me. Now listen, okay, so me and my husband both are people. So people are, I guess you could say, we're drawn to people and people are drawn to us. So for me, I have to choose my words carefully, y'all, so forgive me. So for me,
you don't have to choose your words. This is the SBK
YouTube
Media channel?
When I'm on YouTube, I've been trolled or whatever. So we gonna say like people, they'll say certain things like, oh, so he's never felt no type of way about me interacting with the opposite sex on the internet because he knows me in real life. So in real life, do I talk to a whole lot of men like that? No, I'm more so around a whole lot of women because I'm a people person. Now with our family, so we'll say my brothers-in-law, because I have a lot of them. I talk with them a lot. My father-in-law, I talk with them a lot. So if I know you and you're a man, you have all of my attention on a regular day. And it's the same thing with him and my family. Now my husband, lots of women talk to him. I don't mind it. Some of the women I be side eyeing because it's like, but it doesn't bother me because that's who we are as people. It's like people like us. So how I look at it is if I want to be free to, be myself here on YouTube, and I've dealt with, him being like that with women before I had YouTube. So for me, it's like he don't bother me. I don't bother. I've never bothered him type thing because it's just like that's just who he is. So if I see someone, flirting with him, does it bother me? No, because women flirt with me. Like I can't explain it, but it's just like he doesn't accuse me of every man that comes my way, just like I don't accuse him of every woman that comes his way. It's just like oh, that's just Jim or that's just Kevon. Does that make any sense?
Um, when does it? I've never been married, Bonds, and I want.
It ain't got nothing to do with marriage. It's just no.
Well, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just speaking for myself. You said it doesn't have anything to do with marriage, but I'm just speaking. I just want to know. By the way,
okay.
Hey, Miss Coco BX. Hey, Selena. Three times. Salute to you. Did I miss anybody? Not worth it. How you doing? Did I miss anybody else? All right. I'm just speaking from a single man. I've never been married. I don't know what it's like to be married, but I just want to know. We got ladies on the panel, all of y'all except for one person. That's been married. All right. So I just want to know. I want the audience to get an understanding with what you're saying. When does it cross the line? You know what I'm saying? I want to know when does it cross.
Oh, well, for me, of course, I'm from the social media age. Okay, so the inbox, like, why you telling her congratulations? But it's not even really. Well, why you telling her that? It just all depends on what the person looks like. If you ask me, I can spot a genuine.
Wow.
I'm just being honest because when you know your man, you know something is some BS, right? You
Right.
know it's like you being since when you telling such and such congratulations? You know what I'm saying? Like you ain't stupid. And okay, so let's say I heart because on Facebook when you heart people's pictures, it shows up in your friends timeline. So he'll come to me like, well, why you hearting Buddy? Buddy don't even look good. And I'm like, who is you talking about? What is you talking about? So, I feel like it depends, on your mindset and also your relationship. Now, I'm not saying, we ain't had no, issues. So I'm not trying to say it like that, but it's just like some things just don't bother us, and we know when we on BS, if that makes any sense. Like you just got to know your partner. That's when the antennas go up.
I hear you, but I hear you.
Uh-uh.
Go ahead. I said what I said.
Ladies, don't get mad. I'm finna tell the damn secrets. Okay.
Go ahead. Tell the secret.
All right. As a woman, most of us are jealous hearted. We don't need our man flirting with nobody. We don't need our man giving hearts out on social media. And I'm gonna just tell you something.
No hearts at all.
Thumbs ups, but if it's not family, you don't need to be hard nothing. Because I'm just gonna be real with you. Most women are very jealous when it comes to other women. No woman wants to feel that their man is paying attention to someone else more than they're paying attention to their spouse. And let's just keep it real. Whenever you're in a relationship, sometimes the relationship can just get what I don't want to say mundane because that's too harsh. But it can
Boring.
Stale.
it can just
Stale.
well not stale, but it can just become a routine, right?
Stale.
Yeah. So if it becomes a routine, if it becomes a routine with you and him, and he's all on social media giving hearts, that's gonna make you feel some type of way. Like, why are you putting hearts on everything that she posts, and then you just liking my post? And that's one thing I
I can
don't
agree
like.
with
I
that.
do not like social media. I've watched social media break up so many relationships with them damn thumbs and those hearts. I really, really have. And it's because everybody, well, I was in telecommunications when it all came out. And if I tell you it didn't break up a lot of relationships in the beginning and it's still doing damage to relationships, it is doing big harm to relationships because, like I said, sometimes your relationship can be routine. And your man or your woman all on social media just giving hearts out to everything that, to the opposite sex. And a lot of times they're not even giving you thumbs up.
Okay, I have a question. Wait. I got a question. I said what I said, and ladies, I said what I said. You can answer first. Wait. Speaking of social media, I tried to explain this to several people as a man. All right. Whenever I'm going through social media, I don't have a Facebook account, but I have an IG account, and you guys are welcome to follow my IG account. I do have an IG account. Everybody is welcome to follow, all right? But I have a question. Since you're on this, I said what I said. Bonds and Roe and Joe, y'all can answer this. I have a habit of whenever it's just habit, and as God is my witness, this is what's going on. Whenever I've been in a relationship and I've been criticized and I've been got on to
Ostracized.
yes, ostracized. I have a habit of going through my thread, on social media and liking without even thinking, just liking without thinking. It might be something that's kind of risque. It might be a picture that a lady posts of something low cut or something revealing. I just like it. Go for it. And I'm like, and I'll get in trouble afterwards.
Yeah.
Did you like that picture? That she looked like a skank.
Nah,
You know what I'm saying?
that's too much.
And I'm like,
You're gonna get crucified. You get crucified for that.
You get crucified. I'm like,
yes.
bruh, I do not know. It's a habit of just liking pictures. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm like thirsting and putting underneath the comments and putting drooling symbols or hearts underneath there, but
Right.
I'm liking posts. You know what I'm saying? So what is wrong with liking a post?
Because
You know what I'm saying?
social media is so easy to people have gotten married on social media. Social media is the easiest way to emotionally cheat from your spouse.
That is true. That is
And
very much true.
and you can do it instantaneously, and you have such a variety of flavor to do that with. So a lot of women, I'm telling you, this is how women feel. They may not say it, but women are very jealous creatures. We're very
Okay.
territorial.
Okay.
And when we're with someone, we don't want our man showing no other woman no attention. You better give thumbs up. And I notice, and I know you don't mean no harm or anything, because I can just tell that you are a genuine and sweet person. But if you had a woman, and when you post on my post and you put those roses on there, your woman gonna feel some type of way. Why are you giving her roses? Why you just can't say
No,
hi?
yeah,
You know,
I
and
agree with
so
that.
it's just the form. It's just the way women think, and you guys may not think nothing of it, but women are very territorial, and I'm telling you that's gonna bother a woman, and that's why you're being crucified, nailed to the cross, ostracized, and getting fussed at.
But here's my question, ladies. Here's my question. Uh, is that a form of cheating? And number two,
I don't think it's a form of cheating. I think it's just
Disrespect.
yeah, because it gives another woman the opportunity to say, well, yo man, gave me roses. Now I'm gonna say this. When it comes to liking stuff, It don't bother me, or even the heart, because the heart is new, and I heart everything on Facebook, and I mean every. If I'm not hearting it, I'm caring for it, or I'm laughing. I hardly ever hit the like button anymore. But if I see a picture come across my timeline and it say Jim then hearted something, now I got to go look at her page. Now I got to go see if he didn't commented. Now I
Do a
got to
whole
go see.
investigation.
Right, I got to go look, because it's like, well, what makes, because it take a lot of effort to heart. Now I done got in trouble for hearting some things too. Now I ain't gonna lie, but it take more effort to heart than it does to just like. And then y'all are plain and simple. You ain't going out your way to heart nothing just because she cute. You hearting it because you want her attention. You want her to know that you love this post, right or wrong, right, right, right. And then you dropping flowers and drool faces. That's doing too much. But if
I,
you just like it, I don't see nothing
but,
wrong with that.
but hold on, Bond. I will say this: anybody that knows me, and I said what I said, she hadn't been knowing me very very long, but she knows, and Ro knows, and you should know. My trademark response to post and to is the rose emoji. You know what I'm saying? It's just a rose emoji. That is my trademark post. That's my
Mr. Lover
trademark
So
Man.
you-
response.
so
Mr.
you
Lover
give
Man.
it. So
I
you
don't
giving
get
every
no
woman
roses.
flowers. You
I
giving
give you
every woman you meet flowers.
I
Every
just hear
woman you
heart.
smile
I
at
give you
flowers.
heart. I give you and Joe. I give you and Joe hearts, Rose. So I don't even mean talk.
Hearts, roses, it's Mr. Loverman vibe. And I know
Mm-mm.
you don't, and I know you don't mean anything by it. And that may be your signature
Y'all.
for your page. But I'm telling you, for when you get into a relationship, you might want to change them hearts. Them
I said what
roses.
I said. I don't
Y'all.
believe he don't mean nothing by it. I
I
just gotta
yeah.
be
Y'all.
honest.
Yeah, I don't think you mean anything by
I'm
it, but
gonna
I'm
tell
saying
y'all something.
But I'm just
I'm gonna
saying, if he
tell
get a
y'all.
partner, if he gets somebody that he's serious about, and he get into a serious relationship, he may want to change that to thumbs up, or put a hammer on there. Come up with something else. I don't
Put
know.
a put
Right,
a
Come up with
yeah.
hammer on.
something else.
Did you say put a
Yeah.
hammer on
A
there?
hammer or something. You better put something neutral.
I'll put the hammer on you.
I want to say something. So y'all know
salute,
I'm
salute,
bestie, so I know
salute to my sis
you don't
Sandra.
want me to say too much,
Hold on,
and I
wait. You
get
can
it.
say whatever. Hold on, I'm trying to salute. Salute to my little bro, 2 Cent Gorilla. Y'all go and subscribe to my little bro, 2 Cents You Calls It podcast. Salute to my sis, Sandra. Salute. All of you content creators that have wrenches, you put your links in the chat and put other people's links in the chat. Salute to Miss Coco. Y'all put each other's link in the box. We ain't no haters over here. You know what I'm saying? We want everybody to grow. I want everybody to grow with me. You dig? So any content creator that's in here, y'all put y'all's link in the chat. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, so I'm not gonna give too much because I'm gonna tell you guys there's a reason why he keeps from me. He keeps it from me if he's talking to somebody or whatever, because I could give away a lot of stuff, okay, about him. Because everything y'all are saying, he knows it's true because he notices things. He notices emojis that are put on his own stuff, and he reads on emojis. And I'm not going to say too much because he is the bestie and I'll put up for him no matter what. But he notices certain emojis that are put on his stuff. So if he is putting emojis on someone else's stuff, he knows what he's doing. He ain't no dummy. He ain't no dum-dum. Okay?
And see, SBK, this
Hold
is
on.
why.
Hold on.
Wait.
He is a big, he's a big sweetheart. And the reason when I told him, I'm going to go back to when he said he was talking to somebody and he's at the window and he's talking to someone, he's tweet. And this is in person. I'm not talking about emojis, none of that, because none of that really honestly means anything to me because I already know the deal, right? But in person, I'm talking about in person when he talks to someone, he's in front of people all day long. He is in sales, he's in retail, right? So he's always got to, talk to people. Everyone's a sweetheart. Everyone's a baby girl. Everyone's a, you know what I'm saying? And I know women. They like attention. They thrive on attention. They thrive on that cutie little stuff. So that's why people ask, why do you get a lot of women that are married that come to you or approach you? My boy Jimbo says, I don't get a lot of married women. There's a reason, because my boy is a very big sweetheart,
And flirt.
and flirting. I mean, that's
Uh-huh.
the way. Hold on, it doesn't see it.
Now
as
wait.
hard.
Now
No,
SBK,
the women
This
take it that way. The women see
SBK.
it as flirting.
This is why when you tagged me in that gym video, I said, "Well, what's going on?
I
What's
wanna-
going on?"
And I want to call you out on something that you said with Lionel on the plan. You sit there and said, yeah, SBK tagged me in a post and he had spandex on and he had blah, 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 blah. And he had, no, I tagged you in the post because you are a content creator. And you follow Urban, you follow all the, Lionel. And if you follow Urban and you follow Lionel, then you are a part of, Urban and Lionel, they're family. You know what I'm saying?
But she's married.
Mm-hmm.
She's
No,
married.
Joe. No, it's not that. SBK didn't know, and Lionel didn't know. But I've been accused of some things on this here app. And for me, it was, wait a minute, I have to be cautious because I can sense that SBK is friendly and he means no harm. But other people may take it a certain kind of way, including my husband, because he knows my type. So it's just like let me make sure I ain't in no hot water, what's going on. But I knew it was just, to be fun. And, he didn't mean nothing by it. Genuinely, I knew that.
Yeah, before Joe, you start talking, that's not the case because I knew she was married because of her post bonds. You know what I mean? I knew she was a content creator, and I'm
But you don't know how the husband's gonna take it. Is my point.
All I did was tag her. That's what I'm saying. All I did was tag her.
It doesn't matter. The husband is gonna see that, and she has to answer to it.
I'm sorry, hubby, if I offended you.
No, you ain't did nothing wrong.
Well, SBK, you can tag me anytime, baby. Tag me, baby.
You hear that? You can tag us. But no, seriously, he's done nothing wrong. Ain't nobody in no hot water. We all good. I promise. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be up here.
That part. But I just want to say, people know what they're doing. And that goes right back to what I was saying a while ago. When you asked about which is worse, physical or emotional, we all know what we're doing. And I'm telling you, women are very territorial. And some ethnicities are more territorial than not. Okay. And when I say that, Joe know exactly, she know what I'm talking about because I've worked around a lot of Spanish people. And to me, when I worked around their husbands, I used to get gaslighted all the time. And it's only because I was pregnant and they was just open the door for me, or they would bring me something to eat because I was just a co-worker, but they wives didn't see it that way. Why are you always looking out for her? What's going on with y'all? Is that your baby? And so I understand what you guys are talking about when you're saying you're getting accused of things that's not true or not happening, but that's just something that I had to learn along the way. Now, if it's a Caucasian person, it seems like they don't care if they spouse is flirt or not. But don't try to flirt with no sister's man, because if you go with a Spanish or a sister's man, you're gonna have some smoke behind you. And so it really depends on the person. To me, their ethnicity and whatever relationship that you have at home and what conversations that you have at home. And some people are more jealous than other people. Like Vaughn said, her and her husband, they're talkers, they're communicators. And so, they know who each other are. So as long as you have it understood in the household, then you should be able to operate however you want to operate. But some people, even though you explain to them, well, hey, I'm just working. My ex-husband even told me, now I'm working at a grocery store, but this was back in the 80s, a long time ago. And I'm just speaking to the customers and just, like SBK, I'm just being friendly. And when you're in sales, whether when you're in the public, no matter how you feel, you still have to smile. You still have to be nice to people. So he told me I didn't have to smile at everybody that came into the store. And I'm like, but that's my job. I mean, what are you talking about? I'm just being friendly to the customers, and some people can't take that. And even with customer service, I used to do a lot of sales because whatever they had going on, well, hell, that's what I have going on. It's coming to the customer's level, but your spouse may not see it that way, especially if they're right there watching you while you work, or even if they work with you. Some people can perceive that the wrong way. So you definitely have to have an understanding in your household of how you're going to conduct yourselves outside of the house. And most people know what their spouse expect of them. They know if their spouse is crazy. They know if their spouse is extra jealous. They know if their spouse is like Bond and just say, okay, you can do what you want, not do what you want to do, but, go ahead and be yourself, and they're comfortable with that. But that's why so many people get a divorce, because they can't really be themselves when they're around their spouses.
Okay. So I want you ladies to look at this. A's Geezer says friendly and flirting aren't the same.
I agree with her on that.
Go ahead.
It's not the same.
It's
Like if you flirting with somebody, you know what I'm saying, it's like it's sexual. But if you just being friendly, you just being wholesome. You
Right.
know. So it's not the same. If you at work, you have to be friendly, you have to be cordial
That
at
part.
work. You know what I'm saying? But if you out and about at the fair and you up here looking at somebody's booty and you winking and making kissy faces or whatever you do flirting, I haven't dated in a long time. You know, you doing all them crazy things, then that's flirting.
But
You
y'all are
Just
know,
not
don't
helping.
do it.
Y'all are not helping the situation, married or no. Y'all are not
Just,
helping the
just,
situation with the
just.
springtime and the summertime with these summer dresses, these sundresses. Y'all are not
that's
helping.
called self control,
Hell
SBK.
no. I don't care
You
if you're
talk
married
about
So
man or
you
having
with your woman or whatever, and you gonna sit
not.
here and say, "Hey, dog, you got a big ass. Let me
Oh
get
no,
some
that's
of
not
that."
gonna happen.
I ain't gonna
Mm-mm.
do all that.
Just
Hey, look
no.
here,
Just look. Just don't do it where I can see you. Okay.
Buns.
That's
Salute.
all I
Oh,
got to say. Don't. No, because I just gotta be honest, y'all. Look, I'm no angel. I'm not perfect. Okay. But listen.
woo.
So if there's a phone involved and you grab your phone, I don't even want to know what's in. I don't even because whatever you saying to your homeboy about that girl at McDonald's when y'all was outside had the big booty, I don't want to see none of that. I just don't want to see it. I don't want to know. And I'm gonna do you the same way. I'm not gonna flirt with nobody while you standing. That's just wrong. You
But
should
I
know
have a
better. That's just wrong.
question. I have a question.
What?
Every woman on this panel besides Ro has 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 been married. All right. And you dudes, man, y'all hit the link, man. And you dudes are sitting here to leave me up to all these women. I can handle all of y'all. But you dudes on the link, y'all hit the link. I can handle all you women. I can handle you. Look here. My question is this: all of you ladies that are married, all right, or have been married, or have been in a relationship, are y'all discreet about certain things? If you know what I mean?
Yes.
Is there a way?
Discreet about what? You got
Flirt. He's
Don't
talking about.
don't be
Oh,
He's talking
Vaughn,
about
oh,
flirting. He's talking about flirting.
don't play, Vons. Don't play. You
What
know what
about
I'm
cheating?
talking about.
You're talking about
Yeah.
cheating and flirting.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not.
Explain yourself.
wait.
No,
I need
no.
more clarification. What
What
are
you
we
mean
discreet
you need more
about?
clarification? I'm saying if are you discreet about either flirting or looking or etc. etc. etc.
I'm not.
Okay,
Well, I'm
explain
gonna
yourself.
say okay. So, of course, I'm at home a lot, but even when I was at work, I worked with a lot of women. So I really didn't have no time to flirt with nobody. I still don't
Well,
have no time to flirt with nobody.
well, let me just say this. When I'm out in public, when I was out in the workforce and I was out in public and when I was married, of
Okay.
course I had to be discreet because we know how crazy our man is. So we can't just say, babe, this man was flirting with me today. That's cause for a fight or an argument. Well, what did you say? And why is, nobody have time for all of that. And people have eyes. They are going to look at you. And that's what everybody have to understand. It's other people walking around and you can't just walk and look straight ahead. It's going to be competition out there, and you have to be able to handle that competition, but you also have to be able to handle yourself. And yes, it's men have flirted with me while I was married, and I said nothing because I didn't want to hear it. And I've had
Oh,
all
y'all talking about like that? Okay, go
yeah,
ahead.
and
I said, go ahead.
I've had all type of propositions. Well, I'm married. Well, I didn't ask him. I'm asking you. That don't have nothing to do with me. Some people don't even care if you married. So yes, you have to conduct yourself in a certain way when you're
That
out in
is
the
true.
public, and you can't go home telling your spouse everything that happened to you for the day
That is true.
unless you want to be up all night arguing about it. Straight up.
I want to say this here. I want to say this here. And I'm gonna let salute to my bro, Jimbo. That is my bro. That's family. And
Hey,
we're gonna let you get on this. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, on the panel. Look, in my profession, and I was talking to my auntie and my uncle. In my profession, I've been going at my profession for going on 30 years. Going on 30 years. 30 freaking years. Only I've said this before on our podcast, and I'm going to say it again. I get that cooter offered to me on a daily basis. On a daily basis. All right. Young and old. And I have acted accordingly on a daily basis. All right. Married, single, the whole 9 yards. All right. I've actually been on the phone with my sis. It's just ETV. I've been on the phone with Joe. I've been on the phone with my sisters, my real blood sisters, and they can tell you, all right, in full life, I get it thrown at me on a daily basis. But I am at an age to where that does not impress me. Now, if I was younger, like some of these thirsty ass, Negroes out here, whatever, and I just jump on it, whatever, that's that, but I got a daughter, bro. You know what I mean? I have a daughter, and I am at a point in my life to where that don't impress me. All right. So what I'm saying to you ladies and everybody in the chat, all right, there comes a time where you have to in the position where I'm in, business and pleasure, you know what I mean? I've seen a lot of dudes or whatever ruin their career and ruin their life because they cannot separate business from pleasure, right? They cannot separate being gracious, being a gracious host, being a gracious employee, being a gracious man, being a gentleman, all right? Being a gentleman is who I am, okay? That's who I am. I cannot help whether a guy who is married to a lady and I'm being a gentleman with him in with him being in the presence, being a gentleman and being respectful to him, and that guy gets feel some type of way because I am who I am. I cannot help that. I've been in hundreds of situations to where, and I'm not lying. I have people ghost watching me right now. Shout out to all my ghost watching employees, and shout out to all my ghost watching kinfolk. They can attest to this. That's the beauty of social media with me, that I have people that actually know me. I can't help being who I am, and people feeling some type of way because they are insecure. You know what I mean? I've never crossed the line in my career. I've never crossed a line in business to where I'm gracious to a beautiful young lady and doing my job. And, you know, could I have? Yes, but I've never. So, you know, that emotional cheating or whatever, that emotional psychological thing is just not with women, but it's also with men. You know, these men get emotional. You know what I'm saying? These men just think that, you know, go off the deep end because of certain things. Go ahead, Jimbo. What's up with it, bro? Can you hear me? The floor is now yours, bro. What's going on with it?
I got chilling, man. I thought it was, and it's ladies only on the panel tonight, right?
No, hell no. The ladies only is next week.
Oh,
Hey, Jimbo.
all right. I was making sure. I just heard what's up, T-Cat. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Jimbo.
Hey, Jimbo.
I said what I said.
Hello.
What's going on? What's up, Vaughn? I heard you need backup, and you
I need backup,
put
bro.
that light
I
in the
need
FPV.
backup. You know, Bonds is up here like, yeah.
No, don't.
I'm messing with you, man. I'm messing with you. Go ahead. What you got on this, bro?
I'm just listening.
Now look,
I'm
look,
just
now
listening.
look, bro. You know me. You've been knowing me for a long time. All right, and me and you share the same sentiments. We share the same views in life, and so forth and so on. So, what you got on everything? Go ahead.
I was busy, bro. The only thing I was laughing about was the social media likes and stuff. Like we can't be that serious over likes, right? We all adults. People have a certain attraction, a certain like the beauty prior to meeting you and getting a relationship with you. So we gonna stop people from liking things. I'm not saying that there's boundaries, right? But if I see a beautiful sister on Instagram, she's just gorgeous. Just because I like her pic does not mean I want to fuck. It simply means, damn sweetheart, you look good. And I'm moving along. But I see people who throw the whole relationship away because of a red heart on social media. 9 times out of 10, it's a chick they probably would never, ever see in reality. Like, why can't we just admire beauty by a simple thumbs up and a heart and keep it moving?
Because I'm gonna tell you, like I
Well,
said. Go ahead, Bond.
Thank you for agreeing with me, Jimbo, because it is a thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I had to tell my ex that. I say, so they stopped making beautiful women because I fell in love with you?
but see,
What
okay.
me clicking a like? What me clicking a like on a sister that look gorgeous?
Oh, I'm
That lives in West Bubblefuck. I ain't gonna never travel there. I ain't never going there. Just liking it and scrolling. Why you allowing your insecurities to be that low to the fact that it's affecting you that I like a stranger picture simply because I tell you like a man, she just look beautiful. That's it. You going all off the hey why? You want to fuck these bitches.
As long as they stay out of your DMs. I agree. As long as you stay out of DMs. As long as you stay out of DMs at that point, I agree.
But
Yeah,
Jimbo,
but
Jimbo, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No. I say. Go ahead.
I just want to say, some women don't know how to. So, let me just explain something. Some women have, they don't get attention, right? Some women they just don't. They're not used to attention. And when you do that to some women, they want to take it to a whole nother level. So that's where the other party, that's why they're getting upset about that. Even though you're not going to get with that person, even though you would never meet that person, if you give a heart to the wrong person, then they're going to try to contact you. You know, they're going to try to, he loved my picture. They're going to feel some type of way about that. And then next thing you know, they're doing a whole investigation on your Facebook or Instagram page, trying to figure out if you married or not, and figured out if you're really interested in them or not. And it's just going to make them try to push further. So that's why you get the pushback. And that's why people break up, because social media is so instantaneously. You have these apps where you what they call the meetup apps, where you can just hell, Google got it in your email address. If you just want to meet somebody, you can meet them instantaneously. And I really feel like that's why everybody is upset about social media. I'm just being real with you.
Now, I'm gonna say this. Wait. Let me tell y'all what I was gonna say. I'm gonna give y'all some honesty. Okay, so, and don't nobody feel no type of way towards my husband after I say this. Okay.
How you doing, Hassan? Salute to you.
Now
bro.
listen, my husband is a heavier set guy, and he likes small women. Right? I have no issue with him liking pictures of other beautiful women because I'm, for some odd reason, considered so attractive, right? So I get attention, right? I'm used to it. My insecurity comes in when he hitting the love and the flowers on big arm auntie mama. Okay? Why? Because Vaughn can't cook, okay? Vaughn ain't got that, motherly feel. He didn't told me that. So when I see him being cool with Miss Such and Such at the job, why Miss Such and Such bring you home a plate, babe? What's going on? Why is it? That's when I'm gonna raise hell. So I said what I said is correct. It's not necessarily, us being jealous hearted. It's where we're insecure at. So let's say I was a heavy set girl and I just didn't feel so attractive or whatever. I mean, I have my insecurity. I just told y'all one of my insecurities, right? So for me, it ain't no little cute Barbie thing. It's auntie mama that can cook. No, stay away from her. Why is she talking to you?
Throw that food away.
Right, throw the food away.
Yes.
No,
throw it away.
What? You don't need to eat nothing from nobody, okay?
No,
from nobody.
Because see, back in the day, y'all had Playboy magazine, and we was okay with that. Okay, 'cause you go to the bathroom and you do what you gotta do, and then you come on back out and say, "Hey, baby, what's going on?" But now with social media, Playboy can be at your doorstep.
But Vaughn, I got a question, right? Is it fair to a man that you are dealing with insecurities? Are you going to punish that man because of your insecurities, or are you going to work on those insecurities? Because what if his insecurities made you feel some type of way and it prohibit you from doing things that is not offensive to the... Now listen, I want to say one thing too. You're talking about somebody... Yes. Let me clarify. You're talking about when you start talking about somebody at work, Vaughn, that's a different ballgame. That's physical access to another person.
But that's where he spend most of his time. So
well, I ain't gonna respond on that because that's too close to home. I was just talking about on social media.
Oh, okay. But see, that's what so what I'm saying is a lot of his code, a lot of because of the kind of work that he do, they all on each other's Facebooks and stuff, and they have to communicate text message and through the inbox. So I can only do so much. And I'm okay with that because, like I said, it ain't been nothing, to make me say, because then if that would happen, you got to quit your job. I'm just saying, because y'all, they got to communicate. They have to. So what I'm saying is Miss Such and Such did what?
I'm gonna be honest with you.
What?
With your personality, and you're easy to look at on the eyes. All right. With your personality, a lot of men can mistake your kindness to be flirtatious and so forth. A lot of men.
Yes.
But that's because a man can basically, the reason why they have that mentality is because mentally they're immature. They can't separate, you know what I'm saying? They can't separate much being nice and a lady being cordial and so forth and so on. They can't separate that, and they just jump at things that are not going to be in their favor in the end. You see what I'm saying? So
yes,
I've been on this earth for a long time. Okay, and you guys, I've been on this earth for a long time. I mean, a lot of just look like this, you know what I'm saying? But I've been on this earth for a long time. And what I'm saying is that a lot of men take things and they run with it. A lot of women take things and run with it.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yes, that's true.
Take things, they run with it, and they have no kind of self-control.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I'm just going to say this. I know there's a lot of ladies that's in the chat, you know what I mean, that might not agree with it, but a lot of women take advantage of it, and more so than men. All right? So, y'all go ahead.
That's
What's
what
going
we're
on,
saying.
JJ?
That's what we're saying. That's why we know. We know how women take things, her perceive things. When you are so nice to a woman, whether you mean it in a certain way or not, that woman is gonna take it and run with it and start start investigating you, start researching you, and then keep rolling with it. And we already know that they don't give a crap whether you're married or not because they don't even ask. Okay.
Right.
But Joe, that's when, right? So the investigation happened. I think.
Right.
I can't speak for everyone, but I'm assuming that for both genders, if you come across somebody who got their shit together, financially stable, mentally stable, great communicator, et cetera, we all do a little background check on that individual.
Right.
I think the problem is that communication on both parts be extremely fragile. I think you gotta stand on business up front. You got to stand on business up front and let an individual know where you stand at and where this gonna go at and where it's not gonna go at. I think Vaughn made a good point, right? Social media has given voices and visual access for people who never get the attention like that if it wasn't for social media. So they don't even know how to handle that attention. You know what I mean? So you get a few DMs and motherfucker tell you how good you look with that ass fat if it's right. Yeah, you're gonna get that attention. But I think in a relationship, partners gotta hold each other accountable too, man. You know what I'm saying? If you out here and you know you got a solid chick, if I got a solid chick that's with me, I know got my back. If shit fall into the wayside and I know she gonna ride with me, I ain't finna be out here disrespecting her like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Would
I be a little? I may shorty, she look good, she look fine, but I know what I got home, and vice versa. I think what happens is that there's factors in relationships that are unfulfillable, and what happens is you come across someone who's able to fill that void in your relationship, and you find yourself crashing out, not even knowing you crashing out because. You ever heard the saying when somebody say, when you're not getting something in a relationship, when you're getting something but you're not getting it as much, it seems very small. But when you're not getting it at all, it's, for example, sex, right? Somebody tell you on their sex ain't that important. It's probably number 3. I need somebody who mentally sane, all of that. But let you get in a relationship and ain't no sex happening. The whole shit gonna crumble apart. So if you get somebody out there, a Mickey Fiki who ain't got no job but got good pipe game, and he lay that pipe on you mentally, and you all fucked up now. You all fucked up now because you go back home, you looking at your man different now because you just got laid down by this dude. Don't know. You looking at him sideways now. So it's small things like that in a relationship that one aren't getting talked about in a mature way. And if it does, there's no accountability when it gets talked about. And so you out there doing your thing at a brunch, and you catch the eye of that chick, and she looking right. And I know at home I be trying to roll over, and that thing be hard. I'm trying to get something, and she put a pillow in between me. What you think I'm gonna do at brunch?
Right. I agree with that.
Some dudes, it happens.
And that's why you should take care of home so that nobody
Right.
else can take care of it for you. Because
I
if you
agree.
don't, somebody will take care of it for you.
Exactly.
But at the end of the day, I want to hear from the men, and I'm not trying to run your show, SBK.
No, you ain't right. No, you free to talk. Yeah, this is what it's all about.
I want to
Don't
hear from the
apologize for it.
men. I want to hear from the men as a man. What is worse to you, the physical or the emotional cheating?
Go ahead,
Emotional.
CKJ. Salute to
Emotional.
you, bro. Thank you for
Emotional.
coming.
I'll say what I say.
It's emotional
Hey,
for
what's
you.
happening?
Hey, CKJ.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? How y'all doing tonight?
Great.
Great.
Doing
Great,
fine,
great.
CKJ. How you
Well,
doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great, man. So I'm gonna answer this question from an angle of a person who's, I think, the oldest up here. I'm 59, and I was partnered up with a woman who became my wife this past Valentine's Day. But prior to that, we were together 32 plus years. And
Already.
Congratulations.
Well,
Congratulations.
congratulations. Hallelujah. Y'all
And you
got it.
barely made it.
Sold
The
out.
oldest person up here.
yeah, that's my girl right there. And but I want to answer your question. To me, it's more. I would be more offended. Well, I don't know if it's about being offended. What do you mean by which one is worse? Just simply that, which one is worse to me?
Yeah, that's what
So,
SBK
I,
question was.
I,
Which is
What would
worse?
okay,
snatch your soul?
I would say the emotional one for me. I say that because uh, I have been known to be kind of flirtatious. Okay, but it's not something. But I learned how to do that. The one thing you'll never see me do on social media is throw hearts at a woman. Now, women throw hearts at guys all the time. And a lot of times it's just to say hello or something like that. But I learned if you do certain things you don't know a person very well, they may take that and think it's more to it than it is. Okay. As a writer, I'm really careful on the words that I use on the social media. If you'll notice, you'll see me sometimes even write something and then take it down and rewrite it because I notice, wait a minute, I better change that. She might take that the wrong way. Or I'll put, if I make mistakes in the name, I'll put syntax on it. That's just the discipline for me to make sure that I'm communicating the right way. But for me to be emotional, I mean, physically, well, it's like this. You can't even get to the physical part if there's no emotional attachment. Now, some people say, well, that's not true. I could just want to just have an affair or do something on the side, physically, and that's all it is. But it's not. Because why did you need to do that in the first place? Something's missing from what you have for you to feel that. Because if it's all about your loins, then you just don't have no self-discipline to know what you have at home. I know sometimes when I know sometimes she laughing. I know sometimes when my girl go out sometimes, she's a very tall woman. She's 6'1.5", and she ain't hard on the eyes. And when she put up her doll on her little heels and her little suit when she go to handle these court, she gets attention. And I notice all these men, they like to, they want to talk that law stuff, but I know they try to put their bid in, right? So I like to sit back and watch that. I like to see how she handles that. So, in fact, I'll tell you what, something else we do. We actually play games like that just to spice things up. Maybe one Friday night on the date night, I might meet her at the O'Hare Airport hotel bar. And on Fridays, it's jumping. You got pilots, you got professional people, and all kind of people. So she might be in that hour, some guy's gonna buy a drink, some guy's gonna try, right? Sometimes I just come and say, let's see what's happening. Let's see what kind of game a girl got. You know what? And that for us is enough to get things going. Because eventually I might have to step in and break all that shit up. You know how that go, right? But for emotional, the emotional to me is to me the most harmful because that's something that's imprinted on you in your mind and then your thinking. You don't forget the emotion because that hurts a little deeper. Some people say that, well, you did this to her and I'm hurt by that. But when you hurt them in a way where emotionally they feel betrayed, it's going to be hard to get that person 100% on your side again, if ever. Okay. So yeah, physical is one thing, and I know that people like to talk about that, but to me, it's the emotional side. I always do an emotional well check with my girl sometimes, just to see where she is. Yeah, sometimes I just go ahead. I'm sorry.
I have a question for you, OG.
What's happening?
Since you've been in the game and you've been on this earth longer than me,
yeah.
How does a single man who is out there dating and he's out there dating, how does he avoid confrontation when it comes to this emotional thing and this cheating thing? How can a man avoid getting into conflict with his significant other, in your opinion?
Well, there's got to be boundaries. Um, there's got to be some yin and yang for a person to be themselves. Okay, but if you know your woman and your woman knows the woman knows her man, they know what they shouldn't do around that person. If they love that person, if they're emotionally connected to that person, if they're all in invested with that person, they already know what are triggering points for the other person. Okay. Today is different because you're now dealing with social media. And recently I've experienced something with social media, and it wasn't pleasant. It wasn't anything that was going to stop me from winning in life, but it taught me a lesson about how I make myself accessible in terms of my conversations via chats. I don't do stuff behind the scene of any kind. Um, and if I do, she knows about it. So if there's somebody that I think that'd be good for like a product placement, a sponsor thing that I'm into, and I think I want to work with them. In some way, somehow, she will be introduced to my lady, one way or another. And it might not even be directly. It may just be, hey, what do you think about this person here? She said, who is she? I said, well, check out here. She's a video right here. What do you think about what she's trying to do from this point? Is there somebody you feel that you might think would be cool for me to get involved with in terms of helping them? Okay. So it's all about boundaries. It's about respect. It's about it's about you value in that relationship. I mean, we got 8 kids all in, you know. But for a young person today, I would say be very careful with what you're doing on social media, because you have some women out there that don't have the right intentions. That's not just men now.
Do you
Try to
think
get
that
information from you, and next thing you know, you got all kind of. Go ahead.
do you think social media is a major factor in cheating?
Yes, because you're hiding behind the screen. You know, not necessarily hiding, but you have a barrier that allows you enough access to where you can get more emotionally tied to a person as opposed to physical, because you don't see them physically all the way all the time. But emotionally, it could be just the rhyme and reason and the yin and the yang in your conversation. At first, it starts out as one of pleasantry, and then you get used to a person. You like the way they respond to certain things. Then it starts with the hearts. Then it starts with the little email communication, and
But but
then it can go where it goes from. Go ahead.
but damn, CKJ, these women out here, you're old school. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm a single man, and
Yeah.
you're old school, and these damn women out here got these damn, like I was saying, got these damn sundresses on, and they showing all that and
Mhm.
all that. I'm like, well, Lord have mercy. I got to look.
Oh
I'm
well.
just saying,
Well, wait. I didn't tell you not to be human. I didn't tell
right,
you to be a robot. But it's the
right.
way you look. It's the way you look. I mean, real cats know how to do a quick look without looking.
You
Okay,
can do look.
just
You
like
don't
women
have
do.
you don't have to
Right,
comment.
right. And let,
Exactly.
and let me just say
Exactly.
this.
Exactly.
Let me just piggyback off of
Yes, ma'am.
CKJ. At the end of the day, if you make your partner feel a certain way, and just like he said, if your partner know that you are with them 100% and you don't give them any doubt, you basically can do what you want to do when it comes to flirting. You basically can be yourself as long as you give your partner that assurance that you want them and you're not looking for anything else. Then you
Mhm.
won't have that many problems, you won't have that many issues. And the problem is, a lot of times, just like Vaughn said, she had an insecurity with cooking. Well, if her husband make her feel like it's okay, baby, that you don't know how to cook, she will be okay with him bringing home a plate or what have you. It's about the assurance that you give your partner is gonna determine how many problems you're gonna have at home, because nobody want to feel like they're less than, even though we all are human, and we can't be everything that our partner is looking for. And like I said, it's going to be the 80-20 rule. Normally you get 80% of what you want and 20% of what you don't want, but you got to make sure that that 20% that you don't want is still assured that you're there for the long haul, you're there for them, and you want to be in the relationship. And the breakdown comes in when that person is not sure, and it's so many people that's together but they're not sure that their partner really want them for real. And and to me, that's more important than anything, because even though, everybody gonna have their faults, everybody have a way, and everybody got some crap and it stinks, right? But it's the part, the stinky part, that give you assurance that's gonna keep you together. Just like, CK just said, I had to pull back. I had to, move a different way on social media. I saw that this could be a problem. So
Hmm.
as long as and your wife is very secure, she know that you want her. You said y'all was single for 30 years, but y'all still were together.
Right.
Because she knew
Yeah,
that you
yeah,
wanted her, and you knew she wanted you. No matter who they came in contact with, no matter who you guys interacted with social media, is still, you guys gave each other that assurance, and that's what it's all about. And so even if you see 25,000 sundresses per day,
Yes.
SBK, and
You
you're in
don't
a
have to pay.
uh-oh.
relationship, as long as you assure your woman that she's the one, and she's the one that you have the eyes for, it don't matter. Because guess what? You going home with her, not
Right.
those 25,000 sundresses that you saw. And that's
Right.
what I wanted to say.
Right.
And that's why I
Yeah,
was
I'll tell
saying
you
you
something.
can look all the
Okay.
time, but you don't have to be commenting on all of them. That's the whole point. You got to comment on every single broad you watch or everything you see, and the other broads see what you'll be doing. They watch what you
Yeah,
do. They be watching
that's right.
everything you do.
Too, I want you guys to keep something in mind is that it's a lot of people, some of my friends, they kind of trip on me a little bit because when I come home, I got a basket where I throw all my stuff in, my keys, my wallet, everything, phone, everything. And a lot of them be like, well, why you don't keep your home close to you? I said, well, it is close. It's right over there. But I know what they're saying. They're wondering, how are you able to loosely have your phone available to your woman with her having your code? How are you able to leave your water run out like that without worrying about it going through it? Well, I don't have nothing to hide, so I don't really trip. I don't even think of it that way because I know that whatever she finds in there is going to be what should be in there. Okay.
Good.
Only a stupid person would make those type of mistakes. That's the type of person who doesn't really care about you or worry about you. But at least if they want to make sure that they don't hurt you, they're not going to have things in their wallets and stuff that shouldn't be there. So I guess what I'm saying is that our relationship is one that's open to the point where I don't even hide the communications that I have on social media with people. If I communicate with a woman with an email, I always let her read it before I see it. If a friend wants something or asks me for something and it's something that involves money or whatever, it's something that's important. I always run it by her first. She runs it by me first. She don't give no man no money. I don't give no woman no money. We got rules. We got parameters set up to keep us from making those mistakes, but also communicating. Because if we want to do something for someone and it's just that, then there's no reason why I shouldn't let her know what's going on. You dig what I mean?
Right.
Exactly. It's the trust. It's the trust
Yep.
Yeah,
factor. And if you
And
yeah,
trust each
communication.
other,
absolutely.
you're gonna trust each other whether you're together or not. And it's the way that
Yeah,
you conduct yourself. And somebody that have their phone locked up all the time has something to hide, in my opinion.
Exactly.
Because just like she can look at your phone, you can look at her phone. And so
Not
I don't
yeah,
true. But that's not true. My phone always locked up because I
I
have
don't.
business on my phone.
I
You have what
agree
on your
with
phone?
Ro.
My job on my phone.
Oh, your
So
job.
yeah, I don't want
Oh,
my
yeah.
nobody to see what's going on at the job, and then too, they got a lock on it too. So on,
Amen, Ro. Amen. Amen.
so my phone locked up is not meaning that I'm out there cheating or nothing like that.
Amen.
It just means that I got some personal work stuff on my phone as well.
Yes. Yes. Amen, Ro. Amen. I don't just because I
Yeah.
have my phone locked up, I said what I said.
And that could be true. But
But
when
then
you get
too, I don't
but
cheat
when you
either.
get a partner, they're not. I'm just being real. I'm not saying you have to agree with me at anything, but I'm just really just trying to be real and try to tell you how how it looks. It looks like you have something to hide when you hide your phone, and I
But now my
understand.
phone is always out. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm talking about
Whatever.
but I'm saying when you have it locked and you don't have it open. But all I'm saying is, even though you're innocent, it still looks suspicious to somebody that's trying to date you or somebody that's in a relationship with you.
Why do
And
you
it,
want to
it,
look
it-
at my phone? Why you want to look at
Yeah, I won't
I'm
look at
not
his
saying
phone.
I don't
No.
care what's in your phone because I'm
Oh,
secure
my
enough.
God.
Listen, for me personally, I don't care what you do and how you do it.
but
I just make sure I do my job, and I'm gonna make sure I take care of mine so nobody else can take care of it.
as
I'm
long
just
as you
telling you these people that's insecure, and you may run into some of these type of people. That's all I'm saying.
CKJ,
No, I don't. I'm a type of woman. I don't cheat. If I'm dissatisfied in a relationship, I'm gonna let
Have,
you
but
know.
have you ever
And
been
it,
accused of cheating though?
no,
Yeah.
because I tell the man, straight up. If I'm having sex with somebody else, I'm gonna tell him I'm having sex with somebody else because your dick is trash, and you
Oh
need
my
to
God.
Oh, my.
work on it.
Well,
Ooh, I don't want to be here. Boy, I know that much.
But I'm just being real. Why should I be
Woo, talk
faking
about
and
emotion.
sneaking,
Oh, man.
sneaking around and all that type of stuff? No, I'm not gonna do all that. I'm too old for that. If you not satisfying me in a relationship, I'm gonna tell you, hey, you need to clean this shit up, or else I'm
Oh,
gonna
boy.
leave. If you don't want to leave, then I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna have other sex, and I'm not cheating on because I'm doing it in your face. That's not cheating.
Oh,
all
you
righty then.
something else. Yeah, I tell you.
Right.
Oh,
oh my God.
yeah, yeah,
But anyone
yeah.
has not been
Ain't
Sit
no,
married.
down.
ain't no way. Ain't no way. But
Let me
ain't
just
no
mention
way.
that.
Man. But here's
Yeah,
my thing, ladies and gentlemen. Look, here's my thing. And everybody, like my boy, my little bro, Samoan Gorilla, he brought it up. Communication, communication, communication. CKJ brought it up.
yeah.
Communication, communication. You know what I mean? That's the key. But see, me, man, I'm in a stage of my life where I, I'm at a stage right now in my life where I am comfortable with being by myself. I am practicing being by myself,
Being
um,
celibate,
being
yeah.
celibate, being celibate,
No
and
choking the chicken.
no, well,
Oh, God.
uh,
No choking the chicken.
He's not celibate. He's abstinent, T-Cat.
Oh,
He,
yeah.
he didn't say
Y'all
he was a nun or
crazy.
nothing. He ain't no priest. He's just abstaining is what he's
I
doing.
am
Exactly.
abstaining.
Exactly.
I'm abstaining right now, and uh, I, so I Temptations. Have y'all ever heard the Tupac song Temptations? That song right there applies to me. So whenever y'all listen to that song Temptations by Tupac, y'all think of SBK because Temptation is a mofo. You know what I mean? But look here, man. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. And but you ladies, I said what I said, the sundresses. You ladies are making it, you guys are making it hard wearing these damn goddamn sundresses or whatever. And y'all,
You sure love them sundresses, don't you?
So
I
what do you
do.
want us to wear? Blue
Keep wearing
jeans
them.
or
Keep
a
wearing them.
morning
Keep
dress
wearing
or
them.
what?
Keep wearing them. Keep wearing them. I'm not saying
But
not wearing
but
them.
see, the
So
whole
I'm just,
thing about it, SBK, you are single. You can do what you want. You can mingle anytime you feel like it. There's nothing wrong because you're single. It's a different story if you married, like KJ, that's totally different. So
well,
you're free to do what you want. Now, I'm not saying there are not going to be consequences if you make the wrong move.
exactly. You just
You
said a
know,
mouthful.
yeah,
There's
there are
going to
going to
be
be
consequences.
consequences of your actions. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is you're free to do what you want. We're talking about these people that's in a relationship that's emotionally cheating or physically cheating on their partner. And because that's your question. And I really want to hear what Jimbo have to say about it when you finish speaking, because it's a difference when you're single. You know, we can do what we want to do because we single.
Go
You
ahead,
damn
Jim.
right. I be dreaming about oiling down some men. That's
There
my
you go.
prerogative.
T Cat, she's single. We can do what we want to do.
We sure, I want
She's
to oil
single.
down some men. Sure do.
Go all them down. Just leave it at that, and there are no consequences from all them people down. T Cat. Just keep your drawers on when you're oiling them. That's all.
Go ahead, Jimbo. What you got on it, bro?
Just I said emotional as well, but it's what I have to say is a lot of piggybacking on what bro CKJ said. I just think that emotional cheating hurts more. You know what I'm saying? Because I think it involves like deep feelings, trust, connection, and I think those are the type of things that form the core of a relationship. And I don't think it's not just a moment when you're talking about emotional cheating. You know, and I think that it's a choice. To me, I think emotional cheating is a choice that is more personal, and I think that's something that's something harder to heal from than a person physically cheating on you. Like, to be in a relationship with someone and they emotionally checked out, that's a terrible feeling. You know, I think when you talk about emotional cheating, it's more work involved as well. When you're talking about emotional cheating, um, so I would say emotional definitely over physical cheating.
I completely agree. Um, because like we were saying, I completely, somebody else said it too. You can't get to the physical, in my opinion, unless you get through the emotional. And the emotional, in my opinion, it's just my opinion, the emotional is going to cut deeper, right? Because, and I think for a man or a woman, right? Because you know that she is, for a man, you know that she is giving another man some attention, or vice versa. And just like I was saying, it depends on, it depends for me, right? I know how a woman perceives things. I know how women perceive things. And, I try to, help out, like, hey, they're gonna perceive this a certain way if you put too much out there like this, right? They're gonna see it this way. Women, they love that little attention, but I mean, I know how it is, right? I mean, and a lot of times, guys, people will always tell me, I'm sure you got a lot of people in your DMs. No, sir. I don't have no one in my DMs. I'm very respected. So it depends on how you you put yourself out there. How you put yourself out there to get the attention. And if you want the attention, right? I mean, you know how to control yourself. You know what you're doing. Just like I said, what I said. You know
Yeah.
what you're doing when you're out there. You
And
know.
every woman know how to get attention from a man.
If she
You know,
wants it,
if
yes.
she wants it, we know how to how we get attention. I'm just gonna push back on these guys because they keep saying emotional, 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 but I don't know a man on this earth that. And I'm just saying because I don't know it. I'm not saying that they don't exist, and you guys may know some men, but I just would like to know a man that caught his wife cheating on him and he still stayed with her. Because I know women take men back all the time when they cheat, but I don't know many men that take their wives back when they cheat or their partner when they cheat. So this is
Oh
surprise.
no,
This is
I ain't
surprise.
taking you back.
Well, you may not, but and kind of Ro, you kind of like in a, you kind of in a category by yourself on a lot of things, okay? But I'm just, I'm just saying, as a whole, though, SBK, Jimbo, and CKJ, how many men y'all know caught their woman cheating and they forgave her and still is with that woman? Do
I'm
y'all
done.
know any?
A
I'm
pussy
done.
with one. A
But
pussy
but,
with one.
but that's what I'm saying. Do y'all know any? Because I know
I
a lot of
know, I know,
of
I
women. I know
know,
a lot. You know some
I know two,
too.
and they was and both of them was out here reckless too. So they might as
They
well
was
should have high
devastated,
fived each
wasn't
other
it?
when they shit.
They were
Yeah,
devastated because
yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Men can't handle that too much, and
I
so
think
and
it's like a double. I think it's a double standard too, right? I think it's a double standard. You know, when a woman
yeah,
cheats, she's a hoe.
yes,
When a fella cheat, he's a player. You know what I'm saying?
exactly. And then
But
how
what
and
I
you know more
realized,
women,
what I
and you know
realized
more
in my
women. You know more women that took a man back than you know men that took a woman back, right? After that fiasco.
facts. Well, I think the hurt be different from men versus women, right? And I think women tends to see things differently than how we see things. You know what I'm saying? Um, but the two people I know, man, they was out here dibbling dabbling as well. But it was funny how when they was doing it, how the song go? It's cool when you do it. It's a problem when I do it. You know what I'm saying? Um, one of my close friends, he found out his wife was, man. I thought he was gonna need a ventilator, man. He was out here about to pass out, and we kind of sympathized with him, but we didn't because we knew he was being a little reckless too. But I always tell people this, man. If you're gonna play the game, you better know the rules. Y'all gonna play these games, man, out here, stepping outside a relationship. Don't get mad if you catch the person stepping outside on you too. And that's the situation where this happened at. He was out there doing his thing, and then he found out his wife was doing it. And he down there had an aneurysm and a heart attack at the same time.
See,
Um,
that's all I'm saying.
but he stayed. I don't know why I never got into the conversation like that, but he stayed.
I ain't going to be with no woman that's cheated on me. I'm out. I'm out. I'm
Yeah,
out.
the
But have a,
relationship is not the same though. After you cheat
It's
on
not gonna be
somebody,
the
it's
it's
same.
not going to
not.
be the same.
It's
It's
not gonna
not,
be the same
and the
because in the
trust
back
is
of
not the same.
the
But
trust. Go ahead.
have a woman taking you back for cheating?
No, I've never cheated on my woman. I've always
Yeah,
been.
if
I've
I'm
always
in a
been.
relationship, I'm in the relationship. You know what I'm saying? So I don't cheat, but and I expect for my partner not to cheat. So when he started cheating and everything, then it's time for me to get up out of there because the sex is not going to be the same. My mental is not going to be the same in this relationship. So it's just time for you to just pack your bags and go. You
And
know.
this, and this statement right here, yeah, men ain't built like that to forgive, and I am not built like that. Because in the back of my mind, I'm always going to think, even if I did decide to take you back, in the back of my mind, I'm going to be thinking, nah, you're going to do it again. You know what I mean? So that's how I think. You know what I
But
mean?
yes, I completely agree. But I think also that communication, comprehension is very important because once you cheat or once they cheat and you stick around or you just kind of stop talking to the person, but y'all actually had a relationship and that woman or that man needs to know it's ended. They need to know that there has been an end to this relationship, not this gray area where if she still calls, you still do for her. and she still thinks y'all are together. So then you start moving on, but then she gets upset when she finds out that you're moving on, and then it's a back and forth, and that's where the gray area comes in, right? There has to be communication on all sides for everything. And because a woman needs to know, hey, we're not together, and I'm done, right? Or vice versa. A man needs to know that we're done. We're not putting up with this crap anymore. I don't want this anymore, or I do want it. Communication is key, in
It
my opinion.
is. But as a ex-married woman, I'm just gonna keep it real. I was cheated on, and I did take that person back, but the trust just wasn't there. Like SBK said, it's always in the back of your mind that they're gonna, even though you forgive them and allow them to come back, you still have it in the back of your mind that it's gonna happen again, and you're just waiting on the moment to happen, because it's a different thing when you're just shacking up or your girlfriend and boyfriend and there's no paperwork involved. It's you can just leave and that's a clean sweep, right?
I
But
said
when
what
you
I said. That coochie is mine.
I understand that, but I'm just saying when you're married, it's a different story. That's all I'm saying.
That coo-
For a woman, I can't
For a
speak for
woman.
men, but for a woman, it's a different story because it's different levels to being married. Because
Explain.
well,
Explain.
as far as a woman go, you think about your children. It's not just you in this relationship. So if you divorce your husband and their father is no longer around, and let's just say your child is 8, 7, 8, 9, and they're aware, that you guys are going through divorce, you're not just divorcing your husband, you're breaking up a whole entire family. And that's what women think about when they decide to give their man another
And I
chance.
can speak on that. That is very true. That's why
And
I also was cheated on,
right.
and I just didn't just end it because I was thinking about the family. I didn't want to I honestly didn't I wanted to break cycles, and I didn't want to have a broken family like I came from, right? So I went into the family. I actually didn't choose to have a child until I thought it was solid, right? And so then, so there is levels when you're married. It's very different. That's why I've always said it's different if you're married or not. It really is, because, or if you're married and you have children. If you're married and there's children involved,
Exactly.
there's
It's
a
not just
family
you.
involved. Right. It's not just about you. It's about the kids. It's about everybody. And that's
No, I don't even care if I have kids, a dog, cat, whatever. You cheat on me, it's divorce time. I'm sorry. I just can't be in it, because the
No
kid's gonna
forgiveness, bro.
know that something is wrong in a relationship.
They
There's
are,
no
they are,
no.
they
but
know.
but I'm just saying that's not how you're thinking though when you're in that type of situation. And
And when they're involved.
believe me, it affects the kids more than you think. I
Yes.
had no idea that me divorcing my child's father would affect her the way that it affected her, because I was young and I was thinking about myself. And yes, I was cheated on, and I was just like you, Ro. Well, hell no, you're not finna do this to me. I'm out, But I wasn't thinking about my child, and I didn't think about how she was gonna feel. So that's why I said, that's why I'm putting it out there, and I'm not advocating for anybody to stay with anybody that's getting cheated on. I'm just telling you the consequences of it. That's all.
Right.
But my thinking is also, what kind of person would you teach your child if you stay in a relationship and getting cheated on? You making a mark for her? It's okay to be cheated on and disrespected?
But if you, a lot of times your children don't know what's going on in relationship,
Right.
because rest assured, my child never knew what was going on in my relationship. All she saw was
Right.
mommy and daddy. Because if we had to discuss anything, first of all, we didn't have arguing in our house. We had discussions, and I made sure she wasn't around when we did do discussions. It's all about how you run your household. And
Yes.
yeah, I'm
Yes.
not saying that it's people that don't argue and call each other all kind of names. That just wasn't my situation, because I'm not gonna argue with you anyway. I'll discuss anything with you. But when you want to holler and scream and act the fool with me, I'm gonna shut all the way down, because I can't. I don't operate that way. And so it's all about the dynamics of your home and what you allow your kids to see and what you don't allow your kids to see. And a lot of parents try to protect their kids from that type of lifestyle, no matter if daddy and mommy is going through anything. How many times have you heard somebody say, well, I didn't even know my parents were having problems? And
Yeah.
and all of a sudden they just get a divorce.
It's
That's
how
because
you run
that's
the
because they
household.
kept it in the bedroom. They kept it in the bedroom. They kept it from you.
But then
Yes.
too, you have to also be like, since it's a family unit, that you have to involve the kids, so the kids won't be thinking, oh, all this other crap. Oh, my parents is getting divorced or whatever, and they have such feelings about it.
When they're a certain
Sometimes we
age,
have to get the kids involved with type of relationships, and so they can
no,
learn about it.
No, you
not
don't
when
put
they're
that on the
7,
child.
not when they're a certain age. No. That when I was going through it, and I'm going to share, because it does go both ways. Like, I mean, I what I said, when she said that you deal with it because you don't want to break up that family, or you don't want the kids to get hurt. The kids don't know what's going on between mommy and daddy. They don't know, in my opinion, either. In my past either. They didn't know what was going on. My son was at 7 years old, and that's when we were breaking it up, right? But this is where I learned different, okay? And I'm talking about for my future. So I did take the cheating. I took it. I took it as long as I could, and then, but because I didn't want to break up the family. Okay, that's why I stayed. That's why I took it. I didn't know it was causing problems with my children. I didn't know, not that they knew there was problems, but they didn't know the cheating, right? They didn't know the cheating, but they knew there was problems, right? And I'm going to tell you something. After we separated, after I have my own place, because we moved away, we had our own place. And my son sat in our new place. And I'm going to tell y'all, ever since I've had my own place, it feels like they've always felt like at peace in our place. I'm talking very serious, bestie.
Lionel is sitting here texting. He said, the reason why I'm laughing, I'm sorry, Joe. He's saying, I'm just saying though, what's mom cheating on her husband got to do with me? Pokemon Yellow just came out. I need batteries from my Game Boy. I'm trying to get the new game. I'm like, what the hell? But go ahead. Go ahead, Joe.
So I'm just going to share this real quick, and I'm not sharing anymore. But so I'm just going to say, so I took the cheating because I didn't want to break up the family. That's the only reason I took it, because I thought I was helping my kids, but it wasn't helping my kids. And I found out after I moved away, we separated, and I moved on my own, and my boys are in our place, and we are separate. My 7-year-old at the time sat on the couch in our new place, and he said this to me, and I was in the new place. Okay, this is where it showed me that me taking the cheating, not breaking up the family, was not helping. This is how I learned. We're living on our own, and he's in our new place by ourselves. It's him and I. And he sits in the living room and he says, Mom, it feels so peaceful now. He's 7 years old. And he says, Mom, it feels so peaceful now. And I was cleaning in the kitchen, and I just turned around and I looked at him and I said, I'm glad, son. But that's when it let me know, me taking that cheating. And I'm not advocating for taking cheating. I'm not advocating for divorcing. I'm not advocating for none of it. This is how I learned on my experience, that what I was doing, taking the cheating for not breaking up the family, was not helping. Because like I said, what I said, once they cheat, it's hard. Even though you try to forgive and forget, it's hard to. And it causes that tension, it causes that tension, and it's hard to move on. And I understand that, people were joking in the chat, but I was just trying to share something that really I went through, and I was trying to share how I learned it wasn't a good thing to just deal with that,
Because
Yeah.
they felt that your energy changed. They know, even though you don't argue in front of them, They still know that mommy is not as happy as she used to be. They see
Right.
the sadness on you. They feel your energy. But on the flip side of that, I didn't stay that long because I was like, okay, one time, okay, after time number two, oh, I'm out of here because I don't have to do this. I don't make deals that others do because hell, I ain't got to. And so, but with me having that type of attitude and with me leaving, mine was the flip. Well, why did you leave my daddy? We was more happier when I was with my daddy. You messed up our family. So my child flipped the script on me on that. You know, my child was totally opposite. So every child is going to take it a different way. All of them are not monolith. It's not going to happen the same way every time. But all I'm saying is when you're married, when you're making these choices and decisions, all you can do is do the best that you can and hope and hopefully it works out. And you just have to go from there. Now that my child is grown, she understand what happened. But when I left her father, she didn't understand that. All she knew is she had a fairy princess fairy tale life, and now that's broken up because mama is more poorer now, and she can't get everything that she used to get. So in essence, I got blamed for her not being as rich as she used to be. But I just tried to explain to her, I wasn't happy and it wasn't gonna, your life was, yeah, you had everything that you wanted, but I didn't have some of the things that I wanted. And I had to let her know this is my life as well as it's your life. And then over the years, once she became grown and understood, life a little bit better, then, she kind of got over it. But it took my child a long time to forgive me for leaving her father.
Yeah, but
You
that's
know,
that's what I was trying to say is like, like explain to the kids of what's going on before it really happened. So the kids won't be so devastated that okay, y'all
Exactly.
separating, you know.
well,
Cause the kids
you know
know
what?
what's going on. They know. They peep around the corner, they ear hustling. And was if y'all argue or if y'all talk quietly or what they know.
Yeah,
They know.
but you have to understand though, when you're in your 20s and 30s, you're not as mature as you are now. Because see, when you turn 40, that's when you start kind of waking up to life, right? So when you're in your 20s and 30s, you're really kind of making a lot of irrational decisions. And and
Yeah.
But
Uh,
and
yeah,
I
you
can't
still
say
got kids
I
in your
can't
life
say for
though.
yeah, I can't say that for everybody, but I can say that for me. And even though I had a child, I'm not saying I wasn't a mother, but my decision making became better once I, hit the age 40, in my opinion.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to add something to that, if that's okay.
Go right
Um,
ahead, CKJ.
okay. What the one thing that I realized what that kind of helped us with our kids because every year is not going to be perfect. There's going to be some challenges, whether it be because of her changing up what she was doing work wise or me or whatever it might be. And kids pick up on that. And so what we used to do, and we still do, not as much because we just, our oldest is like 24 now. So, but anyway, uh, what we try to do is when we were having those moments where we weren't feeling each other, uh, we would simply tell the kids, sit them down and explain it to them. Because what we didn't want to do was put them in a position where they felt they had to make a choice. We didn't want to emotionally have them unsettled to where they felt things were falling apart if they weren't there. If they were falling apart, we both have agreed that we would have a conversation so that we can move that process along in a way where it doesn't hurt the child and it doesn't build up any resentment towards one of the parents against the other parent. Because sometimes if you word things a certain way as opposed to just taking up for your responsibility and what's wrong in this matter, and you just keep it on the other person, you can kind of uh, lead your daughter or your son to thinking that it's more one fault than the other when it could be just split down the middle. So I don't know how these young people think now because they got so many things thrown at them with this, with social media and all these dangerous games and all that kind of stuff going on. We didn't have all that, when I was their age to that degree that they have it now. But I will say this to you, to the ladies, and I say this to my daughters. I train my daughters to have a man think that they have to show what they bring to the table as much as she does. I train my daughters to be strong in a point that when they deal with a man, you never play your hand above what you have or under what you have. If you have a hand, you play it. If you don't play it. But when it comes to dealing with that person, you got to know where you stand with them. You got to know where you are with your finances, because finances is one of the biggest killers of any marriage. Okay, if you're not holding up your end the way you were, trust me, it's going to get into the relationship, because now somebody else is picking up. And I understand that 80-20 rule, but I always say sometimes it might be 80-20, sometimes it might be 90-10 the other way. You know what I mean? But you have to understand that one day there are some things that she's gonna be better than me, that I should let her just, hey, you handle that, you got that. I got this over here. There's gonna be some days where I'm having a good day, she's having a bad day, and she'll know to give me space, or vice versa. We try to make sure that that communication line is open. We don't hide things from our kids. We never do that. If I have an argument with my wife, I'm still getting used to saying that, so don't tease me on that. But anyway, and one of my kids catch wind of it and they look at me a certain way, I make sure that I bring them in and I talk to them. And then if I feel that they need the reassurance, I'll take them into where my wife is and say, hey, look, she overheard us saying this. I think she's feeling a certain kind of way. We need to speak to her about it, because we don't want this affecting her in a way that we don't want to. So it's all about communication, people. And I can't stress that enough, because if you got the communication and the emotional part, a lot of times that physical part don't play in. When you really into a person, if you really down for that person, you ain't even thinking about doing nothing else. Why? Why lose a treasure, or why give away a treasure when you already have one? You know what I mean? You don't have to give your treasure away to get something else that you think might be more interesting or maybe more hot. Yeah, but once you start adding that 80-20 up, then you'll figure out what you really got. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Yeah.
But you just, I always big on communication. If I can't communicate with my partner, then I don't need to be with you. You know, I'm not
Right.
being with somebody that I cannot communicate with. We can't solve any problems together. One party is being childish. I can't do it.
Mhm.
And that also will cause cheating, because y'all not on the emotional, you know, playing field. You know, I just
Some
can't
of
be
us
with somebody I can't communicate with.
some of us wind up cheating, though, not for the sake of really trying to gain anything from cheating, but just to get hurt the other person. That's where the emotion. That's why I said emotion as opposed to physical, because the physical is just a byproduct of instability of emotional stress that relationship can handle. If the emotional part is lacking on either one, it's easy to become vulnerable to cheat. But if you guys are communicating and you just say, hey, look, we're going through a little bad weather right now, but I'm still here and I'm still with you. Are you still here and are you still with me? Those are two different questions. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
I was
Yeah.
asked to share this, and I went ahead and shared this on the screen by my sister Sandra, and she was saying that I believe being cheating on is the one reason for divorce. That is in the Bible, Matthew 5:32 and 19:9. Jesus exception clause allows for divorce in cases of sexual immorality. So
Yeah, I'm out of if I get married and the man cheat on me, kids or not, I'm getting out of there, because for the whole thing is that you're not set. I'm thinking you're not satisfied with me. You don't want me like that. You don't respect my body. You don't even respect the family for you to do that, because he's supposed to be the head of the household. How can I look at this man as the head of the household when he's out there doing stuff that I won't do? You know what I'm saying? And what would the kids think if he's out there? I don't want if I have a boy, he's a pimp. And this is how the way that you treat women.
Let me
right,
ask you something. What would that process be for you? Let's say that happened. Let's say that happened for some ungodly reason, like today or tomorrow, and you felt that that's where you were at. Let's say that situation happened. How do you handle that with your kids, though?
I would talk to him. I will be open
Okay.
with my kids. I will have a really big conversation with them about being respected and stuff. Never be in a situation that you're not respected.
Mm, I heard that.
You know what I'm saying? Don't even
So
jobs, whatever. If you're not respected at your job, if you're not respecting your relationship, get out of it.
And what
yeah,
if one of your children push back on that though?
If they push back, they just push back. But I'm gonna tell them the truth. Don't come over here, asking me to be in a relationship that I'm not happy in, because I won't ask them to be in like a friendship or whatever. There's friendship too. If you're not respected in a friendship, get out of it. If a person don't
yeah.
want you and don't want you around, why be in something that the person don't want you around and you getting abused? That's also mental
Right.
abuse when somebody is cheating on you like that. Because you're gonna be second guessing yourself. Like, what,
Exactly. Yeah.
what, yeah. Why I'm getting cheated on? Is my body right? Is the sex right? Well,
So,
what's going on?
so basically, you're questioning yourself. The reason why you're being cheated on.
Yeah.
Ain't everybody? If you get cheated on with a man that's have bigger muscles than you or whatever, what you gonna be thinking? Is
Yeah,
my muscle?
yeah,
What
everybody.
does he have that I don't have, or you know?
Yeah.
But T-Cat, sometimes we place that guilt on ourselves, and sometimes you can be in a relationship with someone, and that's a character issue. Like it could be them. It probably has nothing to do with you. It can probably be a character issue where that's just something that they do in and out in every relationship. Um, so I think we got to sometimes be careful with picking up that mirror and looking at ourselves in it when things like this happen, because it may have nothing to do with you and have everything to do with that person that's stepping outside of the relationship and doing whatever he or she is doing.
Yeah, but yeah, still, if this person have mental issues because they want to go out there and put their thing in everything and stuff and be the neighborhood bike, everybody get the ride on it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want the neighborhood bike. So if he's like that, then he needs to tell me, he just like to just dip his thing in every coochie. Just let me know. Let's be honest in these relationship, because sometimes you can get actually hurt by somebody that you cheat on. You can get murked by somebody getting, cheated on. You cheat on somebody, they can actually take you out in your sleep. You know,
Yeah.
you don't know.
That's
These
true.
people don't. It's not on their medication nowadays.
Exactly. And even if they
Yeah.
don't
Well,
need
let me.
medication, you never know. Just say for instance, somebody been married for a long time and they find out that you're cheating on them, and they've invested all of their time and energy and finances
Money.
and finances towards you, and then you break the contract. They may
Well,
just snap.
let me ask you guys this. Uh, do you think that is it possible when we get in those type of relationships that we haven't really took the time? I don't think there's any set time, but if you're considering this person as a possible lifetime partner or a husband or wife, whatever it may be, do we spend enough time really listening to that person, really understanding how that person moves, really understanding what that person values? Okay. You have to equip yourself with as much information for you to make the right decision moving forward. Because if you put things to the side, it'll be those very things that'll come back and bite you in a relationship because you didn't discuss them. You didn't get clarity on it. I think that's the main thing that I would tell, like if my daughter came in, and this has happened to me many times, but if she's saying, "Hey, I think this guy," and I said, "Okay, tell me about him." And I don't want to hear anything about his job. I don't want to hear anything about his family. I don't want to hear anything about his successes. You tell me what you know about this man. And they're very surprised how little they know them. They only know the trinket side. Well, he makes this, and he works here, and how do you know that? And he got this, and he got this. How you know it's his? I just keep hitting them with questions because those are things that they should be questioning. If you're going to invest your life, if you're going to voice years of your life into a person and make kids with this person, you need to know who that person is. I think that's the greatest thing that me and my wife got out of what the way we wound up together. Where we wound up together is some people think it's unbelievable because it really is. Okay. Um, but it took a lot of give and take on her part to deal with me to get my situation straight and stable. Because let me put it real quickly, I was living a very violent life, doing some things that I should not have been doing, and sometimes I caught it back. And before she saved my life, I'm gonna leave that there. We'll go there another day. Before she saved my life from incarceration, uh, she was my lawyer. Okay, she's the one that saved my butt, and I was looking at life. I was looking a long time, but she got me out of it on some things that weren't, through the court process, they couldn't use it because they didn't properly share it and all that good stuff. But the bottom line is, when I got with her and I got out and I was released, she told me, she said, "Look, I know you ain't got nothing, and we've been communicating for the last year and a half. I heard you, but you need to hear this. If you don't get help, then there's nothing I can do with you." I mean, she that's the first thing she checked. And see, because I suffer from bipolar 2 and I suffer from PTSD. And that all comes from violent stuff. Okay. So she gave us time to get myself together, get myself reintegrated, change my mindset, approach things differently. All that stuff took time. I mean, she gave up a lot for that. Okay. But she knows me more than anybody. I am
Already.
totally, huh?
I said already. That's a good
Yeah,
story.
that's
See,
Yeah,
TK.
there's nothing that she can do or move when I don't know something ain't right. If something she want to talk about, I can just tell by the way she moved because I took time to learn that. That's what these young people don't do sometimes. They don't take the time to get to know that person. Forget all the cars, jobs, forget all that. Do you know that person inside? Do you have trust that person's gonna make the best decisions, not for themselves, but for the both of y'all? Do you have confidence in that? And if you don't know those type of things, then you kind of enter into a situation that's going to be, at best 50-50. You know what I mean?
Right, right. Urban, you've been up here. I'm sorry, bro. You've been up here
Hey,
for
Urban.
what you got
What's
on
up,
everything.
Hey,
Oh, Urban,
Urban.
what's up, Urban? What's up, man?
Hey, salute everybody! Salute, salute, salute. What we doing? Oh, happy Easter to everyone. Happy Resurrection Sunday to everyone,
Yeah,
and happy 420 to everyone. So
yes, sir.
we've been talking about the concept about physical and emotional cheating. I'm going to want to start off my argument with this. All right, I'm going to start off my argument by simply saying this: that cheating is a feminist woman concept. But however, modern day men had adopted the concept of cheating. And I'm gonna want to prove to you the reason why I say that. The reason why I say that is because when you look back in history of every culture, every social norm, right? It don't matter. It matter if you black, white, Hispanic, and no matter where you populate around the world, every culture is the same. Every culture originally had a patriarchal concept, meaning that men were the leaders, men were in charge. A matter of fact, men were the one who were considered as kings. Men were the one not only were considered as kings, but they had queens. They also not only they had queens, but they had what is known as concubines. So throughout this every culture, right, every concept of this culture, men had multiple women. Period. Feminism is the one who adopted this concept of cheating. When you get to the modern culture, right, it is women who argue and say that a man is cheating. It is never the man who say that it's the woman who's cheating. A matter of fact, even when you go into the modern day culture, in most cases, the reason why men would cheat is because of in spite of, meaning that the woman had did something to that man, and therefore he did it in spite of. A man don't never just cheat on a woman just to be cheating on a woman. unless he never declared that woman to be his to begin with in the first place. That's where you get the concept about the men being players, pimps, different things like that, because he never set a official label on that said woman. So therefore, even in the attitude of a man is not technically cheating in his mind. But the only time when a man do cheat is when that woman do something in spite of, like say for example, that woman go and cheat on him with his homeboy or something like that. Then he'll go back and say, well, she cheated on me, then I'm gonna do tit for tat. But keep in mind that it's in the modern day mentality of men. Back in the day in the patriarchal culture, right, men didn't think like that. They didn't behave that way because it was already understood that it was okay and socially acceptable for men to have multiple women, and it wasn't considered as cheating, period. The whole concept about cheating is, at the end of the day, it is a way to control the social norm of men having options. And that's my argument. Let's go.
Wow.
Well, I'm not.
Wow, Urban.
Yeah, but
What y'all
what's
think
the
about that? Go ahead.
argument, though? I don't get- Yeah. What's the argument? I'm not understanding what the question is. This could be argued.
He just went through history, like, men supposed to go out there and cheat and have a concubine women, and
Right.
what the hell is going on here?
Right.
Come on now.
And the law say being a bigamist is against the law, and the Bible said
Mhm.
cheating is a reason why you can have a divorce, and they're okay with that. So I'm gonna just leave it at that.
I'm
Now,
not
Urban,
getting cheated on. I don't give a damn. You're not gonna have like 10,000
Well,
women on me.
well, what was the let me ask you a question, since we're using the Bible as a reference. What was the reason that Jesus stated would be the only grounds for divorce?
The only reason I'm coming back up is to answer or to come and speak on this man here. Hey, Urban.
Hey, salute.
In my opinion, you didn't answer the question. You spoke of your patriarchal time period, whatever, but you didn't answer the question. That's what they're trying to tell you. What's your answer?
My answer to what?
The question whether cheating is emotional or physical.
Cheating, emotional. Which one is worse?
I did answer the question. I told you that the whole concept of cheating, emotional and physical, is from a feminist woman concept. It is not from the man. That's my answer. And then
What the hell?
I proved my answer because I gave y'all history behind where it came from, where all that came from, and where it stands in modern time.
Right, but we didn't ask where it came from, though. We were asking which one's worse. So you're just saying that because you're not a feminist woman, you wouldn't answer the question? Is that what I'm getting?
No, that's what you interpreted it as. But what I said again is the whole concept of cheating physically and emotional came from a feminism woman perspective, period. It's not from a man perspective. But however, in modern day time, men have adopted the concept due to feminism.
Let me add. Okay, the woman there who head of the feminist movement, she was married and she had kids. So you know what I'm saying? We get these concepts from this dumbass all the ideas that is going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, cheating is cheating. If you in a marriage, you got married in the front of God and by a preacher or whatever, justice of peace or whatever you got married by, you supposed to make a commitment not to cheat. If you want to cheat, just go out, just be single and get your dick out there if that's what you want.
So basically, he's saying that it's okay to cheat. That it's not a man is really
it's okay for a man to cheat for a woman.
No. What he's saying is a man is really not cheating because that's something that women came up with. Is basically what he's trying to say. But
to control
the law says you can't be married to no more than one person at a time, and the Bible says the only time that you can get a divorce is if, the only time that it's okay to get a divorce is if you're being cheated on. So he's just giving us history of the Bible from I don't know however many years ago that he's
Old
given us
Testament.
that. But yeah, it is Old Testament values,
Oh,
and even Paul said it's better to marry than to burn, than to go out there and go start sleeping with everybody else. So I really don't know where his concept is coming from at this.
me either.
I don't know
If
how it applies to the question.
if
Wow.
is
Well,
is
I
it
tell you
because
one thing. I tell you something. One thing I've learned about Urban is Urban likes to be the angst. He likes to be the little, he likes to throw dirt around and get stuff started. I get that, but on this one, you got me a little flux, man. Because here's the thing, right? I don't know what your situation is with your loved one or what you love or anything like that. But the one thing I can tell you about this, I understand what you're saying when you're applying that feminism has been used as a tool to try to kind of condition the man's mind of the concept that he does not and should not want to have many women and concubines and all that. That sounds good. But then I think about this: do I want my woman to be a part of a concubine? Do I want my woman with somebody else? How do I feel about her? Is that my queen or is that just my thing? So I don't. When you speak like that, I understand where you're coming from as putting forth an idea that can be considered. But the thing was, when it comes to whether or not emotional or is worse than the physical pain that comes with being betrayed, that comes down to character. Okay, your character, what's important to you, and how much you respect your mate. If you don't have something in the foundation of those three things, then it's not going to work anyway. If you're not, if a woman is not, this is what I believe: being turned on is a two-way game. Being attracted to one another is a two-way game. So when a man talks in terms of him having this everlasting virtuous ideology that I should be able to plant my seeds anywhere that I wish. I don't know. I'm not trying to live in that society. I'd rather live in a society where people, particularly men, stand up for what they're supposed to be standing for, stand up for their family, have a foundation where they realize that the cheating's just not worth it. Realize that the cheating goes beyond it just with her and the person you cheated with. It's also going to affect the family. It's going to affect both sides of the family. It's just a snowball that keeps on getting bigger. So to me, it's just not worth it. If you respect your woman from a man's side, you're going to invest in her emotional health with you. If you invest in your emotional health in that woman and she's giving it back to you, then you won't have very many reasons to cheat, other than the fact that you just want to cheat. That's the way I look at it.
Hey, Miss Coco BX, what you got on it, sweetheart?
Salute everybody. Salute
Salute.
SBK. Salute
Hello,
Joe.
Coco.
Salute T-Cat Honey Bun. Salute. I said what? I said amen. Salute. Is that Urban? Salute Urban. Salute
hey,
CKJ. And congratulations on
Hey,
your
hey,
union, CKJ. You guys, I haven't listened to you guys. I was finishing up paperwork and then finishing up my kids' breakfast for in the morning because I have to be out by 6. But I want to jump in real fast and say something. First of all, I'm gonna start with
Hey,
you,
Miss
Joe.
Coco.
Hey, Bookie Boo.
Haven't talked to you in a while. It's been a
My little
long time.
Bookie. I've been watching you, girlfriend. So, Joe, first of all, you made some great points, and I'm gonna tell you why. I've been engaged twice, right? My last relationship was 13 and a half years with children, two live births, one miscarriage, and another child that was his, right? So I stayed for the last 3 years, not because I was happy. I stayed because of my children. I didn't want to be the bearer of the bad news, break the family up, this, that, and the third. So there's things that I've accepted that I should not have accepted. Absolutely not. And I knew that. But however, in my mind, I said, well, guess what? Maybe if I take the blunt of some things, not physical, but the blunt of the emotional stuff and all of that stuff, one, it will protect my kids. Two, maybe I won't be the one that's breaking it up and then have the kids look at me like, mommy, this is your fault type thing, type situation. But eventually I had to come to the conclusion Guess what? If mommy's not happy, if mommy's not emotionally well, if mommy's not spiritually well, I can't do it for my kids. You understand what I'm saying? So that point, I
Mm,
decided to choose me and my children and wish them well. But then also my spidey senses was tingling about a year or so before that happened, right? And I kind of had a glimpse that something could be going on, but I didn't have any proof, right? I found out the proof hilariously a year afterward that he was in a whole secret relationship for about 3 years. Okay. Found out he was in a whole secret relationship for 3 years of our 13 and a half years together, right? And they actually married now. They just got married, right? So the thing that annoyed me about it most was you could have been let me go, homeboy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I felt like the last 3 years of my life, it's not because I don't get prospects, but I've always respected myself and who I'm with in a relationship. Just how we talked about how the flirting can lead to one thing or the other, it can be harmless. You're absolutely right. But when you got people that are out here that's thirsty, that have no moral bounds,
mm,
some people can know you married, still want to flirt with you. Like
Mhm.
CKJ, I know that you're married. I would never. You
yeah,
understand what I'm saying? It's the
yeah.
respect thing, but it's respect number one that I have for myself. Some people don't care and they will cross any boundary, any sea, they just don't care. Now, Ro, I'm definitely with you on this now because after I went through the last 13 and a half years of the 3 years of that, right? Absolutely never again in life. Never again in life where I allow it. See the difference? I'm taking accountability for what I allowed. But I can promise you that it would never happen again. If I get a glimpse of anything, honey, trust me, I'm going to give you your walking papers immediately.
Mm,
Period, point blank. And that's what I'm going to make sure that I do. Because at the end of the day, people are only going to give you the type of disrespect that you allow. I don't care if you're in a relationship, you're in a marriage. And just like how we talk about different things with people when they talk about marriage, right? I was engaged or whatever. The reason it did not work, you know, when you start really breaking down things, guys, talking about maybe the preacher, different beliefs, different things. He specifically told me just like this. I wasn't really too worried about the prenup, but I'm gonna tell you one thing. When I put this ring on your finger and take you down this aisle, we can't never get divorced. I said, whoa, hold up, Wody. Hold up, Wody. I said I got apprehensions about that because if you ever think that you're gonna put your hands on me, if you ever think
mm.
that you're gonna cheat on me or any of those type of crazy things, I ain't about to stay for that. I don't care what God and I believe in the man upstairs. I'm not staying in it. I don't care what no Bible. I don't care what anything says when it comes to my safety and my well-being. I'm not going to stay with that man. I refuse. I'm just not going to do it. It's just not going to happen. Period.
I heard that.
Right.
So let me ask you a question, everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat as well too. Started with one the man on the panel. One, how often have you cheated on your significant other throughout your history of being in relationships? How often have you ever did that?
I've never cheated.
I cheated when I was like 20 when I was dating this guy because I found out that he was doing some extracurricular activities. So guess what? I played along like I ain't know nothing. I played Boo Boo the Fool and Patrick from SpongeBob. I sure did. Then I cheated on him and then told him I didn't want to be with him no more. He looked so surprised until I showed him all the evidence. And then he wanted to get back together. I don't want to be with you now. Go be with you who you cheated with. Y'all in a whole relationship and you ain't even know it.
I cheated and I wasn't good at it. You know, I was not good at cheating. I'm sorry. You know, I told on my own damn self. So that's why I don't cheat.
Okay. Okay. Hey. Before y'all all ask, before y'all all ask a question, look, I want
Uh-oh.
I want to publicly apologize for laughing because I read the chat and I try to pay attention, and that's the that's the difference between me and other chats. I pay attention to the chat, and I want
Yeah.
y'all's verses. I want y'all's voice to be heard. And unfortunately, you got a lot of people that put a lot of funny, funny shit in the chat, man. And then I'm like, damn, bro. You know what I mean? and
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
but when someone is on the panel and talking about something serious, that can take away from that, and I want to apologize for that. It's just but I'm one of those content creators that I want the chat to understand that I pay attention to y'all. I was just talking to It's Just ETV about that. You know what I mean? I try to be multitask, and so I want you guys to know that I'm listening to y'all. and I'm paying attention. So if I'm laughing at something, I'm gonna do better at that. Okay. So, but Urban, your question, y'all go ahead and answer Urban's question. You know what I'm saying? Have y'all ever cheated on y'all's significant others? Go ahead.
I've never cheated on my wife while we were married or during the time that we were together. I would only say that the time that I almost put myself in a situation to where cheating could have happened is when I saw my old high school sweetheart, and after I was freed and all that stuff, and it was more of an emotional thing than it was anything that connection because she wanted to find out if I was okay and was he coming home and all that stuff. But that immediately ceased because my woman say, "Well, did she got the message right?" Yeah, she got the message. Okay, this is what we got to do next. She got to really refocus me, you know. But I guess the reason why I never cheated on her, man, because one, she saved my life, and two, she's and I think this has to do with her being a lawyer. She just understands details. You know what I mean? She makes sure that I'm good. And that made me want to make sure she's good. Made me want to ask questions. And I want to I apologize to Urban. I wasn't trying to slip at you or anything like that, man. It's just, I guess the thing that troubled me a little bit about the ideology that you were presenting as what was once acceptable to have multiple wives or mistresses or whatever it might be, is that I can't even think of I can't even think of a scenario where I would want to do something else in terms of cheating, because I basically what I'm saying is that everything I built that we built together didn't mean anything to me, and that ain't the case, you know. So she's the queen, I'm the king most of the time, and because you know how the queen is, they run the house. But I would say this to people: the most important thing before you even have to get to these type of questions is know the person who you're dealing with. It's yes, she's fine in that flower dress. You know, I hear you, SBK. But just because she got that flower dress on, don't mean she's a flower inside. Okay, so you want to get to know that person, whoever you're encountering with, and take your time to let them know you're trying to really get to know them, not just get in the pants or out the pants, whatever y'all do. Okay, because if you don't take that time, you're gonna make a mistake. It can be costly. Some people give 80% all the time because they have this need to want to do the most in a relationship. You got to balance all that out because at some point that math is not going to add up. So understand the person you're dealing with, respect the person that you're dealing with, and then understand the fact is, what would I be gaining from doing the cheating? But what could I be tearing or destroying if I do that cheat and it goes bad? That's the way I look at it.
Agreed.
You made some very valid
first,
points. But no, I didn't mean to cut somebody off. Who was talking?
that was me, but you go ahead.
I'm gonna make it quick because I want to hear what you have to say, Urban. Because you know, sometimes, boy, I'm telling you, you be having me on a roll, but you making some valid points sometimes. I want to hear what you have to say. But you know, guys, I think this topic is really good. But I'm gonna tell you why. The question, remember, was asked, which one we think is worse, right? The emotional or the physical. I believe that it depends on the person and the situation, but I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Before me, I'm really I like to be in tune with who I'm with, right? I like that emotional connection. That's only gonna make the physical connection, the sparks are gonna fly, right? And I'm the type, once you lose me emotionally, everything else with me dies. It really, really does. And a lot of times we always bring this up, women, yes, we are emotional beings. And so sometimes if a woman cheat, blah, 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 it may start with emotional, but you got to understand this. They're both equally bad. But the problem is this. Most of the times, 9 times out of 10, that physical cheating has already started emotionally. They just acted on it now. That's the only difference. Because you
Mhm.
ain't just meet
Good
nobody
point.
one damn street one day and be like, oh, you know what, I'm gonna hump them tonight. No, some you might have text, you sex, you did something to want to entice the physical aspect of it. That's just what I think about it.
Mm.
I as y'all
Good
know,
point.
there's a method to the matter, so I'm asking the question. Oh, and also, bro, you don't have to apologize to me. I'm good. because that's what I do. So I'm used to it.
I know,
But
I
yeah,
know, but still, yeah.
yeah, so it's a method to my madness because I have had these conversations before about this whole concept about cheating. And so the reason why I
Mm,
introduced that in the beginning to y'all, because I want y'all to understand where it came from. All right. That's the
yeah,
first part of it. Now
yeah.
the second part of it is us figuring out this whole concept of modern day cheating. And so that's why I'm asking y'all the question, well, have y'all ever cheated before? Now I can answer this question. I can successfully say that I've never cheated in any one of my relationships, period. None of my relationships that I ever been in, there was a relationship that I ever cheated, period. Now, here's the reason why I've never cheated. The reason why I personally never cheated is because I'm the type of man that I always think things all the way through. I'm very, very analytical. So I'm analyzing everything. I'm analyzing the outcome of the situation. And my conclusion is that it's not even worth the time for me to go and cheat when I could simply just exit out the relationship and just exercise my options and just be with multiple women without having the title of the relationship. That's how the way I see it. But there are some people out there that don't think like that. They cheat for various reasons. They cheat because another person cheated on them. They cheat because they feel like that they need multiple partners, however y'all call it, different reasons, you know what I'm saying? But the whole point of the matter is that even when it deals with physical and emotional cheating, in most cases, it be both the women who have physical and emotional cheating. It'd be less likely for the man to physically and emotionally cheat on a woman, with the exception to the rule, either that dude has been a straight up beta male simp, or he's sitting up here doing it in spite of. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. I hear you.
Answer, ladies. Answer, ladies.
I don't think that if a man is in a emotional cheating situation, I don't think that he's a beta male simp. I just think
Oh
that he
yes,
might
he is.
not be. I just think that he just might be just lonely in the relationship that he is in. Like some men,
Mm,
like I met a guy, he's married, but his wife is a principal, and she don't have time for him emotionally. She don't have time for him physically. Would I call him a beta male for him cheating on his wife because his wife is not there emotionally and physically? You know.
Yeah, but I'll call him that. The reason why I'll call him that is because he still can exercise his option. If he know good and well that his wife is physically or emotionally unavailable for him, then he have every right to exercise his option and exit out the relationship and find somebody that will be there for him.
Well, he's
Would you
there
agree?
because of the money. Because with his wife, he get to drive Range Rovers, BMWs and stuff like that.
Which
So he
that
really
which
don't
that
want her
proves
anyway. Then he just wanna he's just there for his own financial gain. I mean,
yeah, which
right,
that
right,
proves
right,
that
right.
he's a beta male simp. That proves my
and at
point.
the end of the day, most men that's tried to cheat with me that's been married, and I just wouldn't go for it because I'm not doing that. I've never cheated on any of my husbands or men, and I've never cheated. Even though I'm single, I get a lot of offers, but they're from a lot of married men, and I'm not going that route. I'm not gonna. Why would I put myself in that position to be second best to anybody, right? And so
Exactly.
there's
Mhm.
plenty single men out there that I can possibly get with, and I'm just not going to allow you to tie up all of my time for nothing. And most men that try to get with you, they all have an excuse of why they want to cheat. Either she's not doing this or she's not doing that, and vice versa. He's not doing this or he's not doing that. But in actuality, you're not doing anything to get out of the unhappy relationship that you're in. You just want extra. And so in my
Ooh,
in,
boom.
in my opinion, if you that unhappy, then leave and go
Right.
find and find somebody that can make you happy. And so I don't feel like a lot of times when people cheat, they give you an excuse of why they're cheating, but they're not going anywhere and they just want to play with you. So don't waste your time allowing somebody, to play with you when they really don't have your best interest at heart and they're just trying to get what they're trying to get.
Exactly. I 100% agree with you. That's what I'm saying. Don't choose for me. If you want to be with somebody else, be with somebody else. Don't have me in a mix of something I don't even know I'm in the mix of, because people lose their life like that.
Right, right,
But,
right.
would y'all
Complete.
agree that there? But would y'all agree that there are actually signs that be presented in the relationship, but you just ignore the signs?
Very much so.
Yes.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's red flags all the time, and you just ignore them.
Yes,
But
completely.
Yeah.
some people in, like some marriages that I had met, some couples, they enjoy, you know, they let each other cheat. You know what I'm saying? They have arrangements, so
Right.
they can cheat outside
Mm,
the marriage. You know.
But most of
Yeah,
the
yeah,
time they don't,
they
though.
call it open relationships, but that still goes with the original nature of a man. Our original nature is for us to go out and procreate, to spread our seeds around. You know what I'm saying? But since we live in a modern day time, we live in a monogamous relationship, and most men, we just want to spread our seeds with just one woman, if it's all possible. But sometimes it don't happen the way it is. We be getting baby mamas and baby daddies and stuff. Things happen. This is what it is.
Oh no, I
So,
definitely leave a relationship. He bring home a baby. Hell no. Hell no.
I know that's right.
Me
Okay,
too,
but
bro. I'm,
I
I'm sure
And
not going for
again,
that.
go ahead, go
I
ahead,
was
go, Joe.
going to say again, it goes in communication with your relationship with your, and I'm not of this modern time, so I don't sit here and try to label people or call people they're simp or they're this. It doesn't matter what a man to me is, and the fact that he cheats is the fact that you cheat and you are married or you're in a relationship where it's just you and your woman and you communicate that it's you and your woman and you go out of that relationship and you choose to do something else with a different partner other than that relationship, that's cheating. And the fact that they choose to do that, that's what they choose to do. So it's the red flags and everything that happen, it's my choice to move accordingly, right? And like I said, or and I was stating, I made decisions at the time as a mother. I made decisions at the time. I'm not perfect. I'm not talking about nobody's perfect. I'm saying I was not perfect and I made the decisions that I made, but I lived and learned. And that goes along with why I've been single for 10 years now, because I'm living and learning as I go, and all these
Right,
kind of conversations and these things that you learn about people, and you have to, I know somebody was saying, CKJ was saying, you got to know the person. These, it's so much that we talk about, guys, and we talk about just having sex the first date or having whatever. That's not getting to know somebody. And just because you
right,
see whatever looks good, I can see something looks good all day long, but you got to get to know the person, period.
yeah,
Or there is going to be
yeah,
cheating, or there's going to be boredom, or there's going to be, whatever. And that's the whole problem today. Nobody's trying to get to know each other
Mm-mm.
before you move forward.
And it's because
I
of
think
social
so.
media. Everybody think everything is instantaneously, and they
Mhm.
just
right,
carry
right,
that over.
right,
They carry that over into relationships. And at this point in time, I'm like you, Joe. Okay, because I've already been there and done all of that. I've been married. Okay, and so it's nothing. It's nothing that I've missed. And if I don't get with another person again, I'm okay. SBK, I'm okay if I be by myself because I've already did that, been there and done that. But it's so many damn scammers out here now,
Yes.
Amen.
men
Mm,
and women.
man,
And so you have to be very, very careful of who you get into
yeah,
a relationship with these days. And just like Rose said, well, he's only married to her because he want to drive this nice car. To me, that's scamming. You're
I
scamming this
agree.
right,
lady, and you're not really in love with her. You're just with her for what you can get. And you don't, it's
right,
it's not that
right,
many genuine people out here no more.
Exactly.
It's
Exactly.
just it's all fakeness, and you have to be very careful how you move. And then there's a lot of predators out here, and there's a lot of people
Yeah,
giving you just for your kids.
that's right.
And so there are so many different factors of why it's real scary to date out here. And I'm not saying that we didn't have predators before, but now they're being called out. Now you know if they're down the street from you or not.
And
And
Okay.
you're
that
you're
man was
absolutely
fine.
right, and that makes it
That man was
even
fine.
more scary, and that makes it even more scary. And I think that's
Right.
why I am the way that I am. Like I said, since their dad, it's been two guys that I've dated. They've never been to my home. They don't even know where I live. They honestly think I live in a whole nother city. They've never met my kids. I'm really funny about who I bring around my children. Number one. Because people
Good.
are, like you said, crazy. The internet allows people to be whoever they want to be, how they want to be. Oh, I'm a gentleman. I'm gonna pull the door out for you. Let me slide your seat out for you. All this other stuff, like you said, some men are not looking to be with you to build. Some women are not looking to be with you to build. Some people looking for help. Let's call it what it is. Some people looking to scam, scheme, and connive. And so you gotta vet people accordingly. And like you said, we've all been there and done it. We've seen the red flags, ignore them. The difference with me now, if I see a red flag, it could be dark pink. I ain't dealing with you. It ain't got to be all the way red now.
Urban, I want you to dive into your beliefs on the modern day thinking on cheating. I want you to dive in deeper. I want you to be more specific if you can.
All right, so the whole concept of modern day cheating is this: both modern day men and women they do what is known as exercise of your option. Exercise your option means that even though you're consciously aware of that there are people out there looking for relationships, at the end of the day, you have plenty of options out there to choose from. You know what I'm saying? Now, uh, by them exercising a option to cheat, this opens up the Pandora box for either one polyamorous relationships, open relationships as well too, like Robert was saying earlier. You know what I'm saying? And that's the whole concept of the modern day thinking behind this. The concept about cheaters. So in their mindset, they don't think that they're cheated at all because they're literally exercising their option in these same relationships. Now I know that majority of y'all, y'all seasons, you're older, and so you may not understand the modern day thinking, but I do because I study it all the time. You know what I'm saying? But that's how the way they get into these same relationships. Let's make a long story short. Oh, also this that I'll let everybody speak again. Let's take this up a notch a little bit. This also gonna go with what you're talking about as well too, SBK. Let's take this up a notch. Um, what do y'all say about body counts? Because I believe body counts will be a good discussion in cheating. Do y'all believe that having body count is a form of cheating? Why or why not?
Well, so what you talking about body count before the relationship?
Yo, before the relationship, that's having the body count period. Before the relationship, after relationship, single, whatever.
And
You know
here's
And
what?
before y'all answer, we strictly talking about you being single. We're not talking about you being actually married. We're just talking about body counts period.
Okay. If somebody asks me my body count, I can't even count them on my hands and toes together, and it goes beyond that. I don't even know. So if somebody asks me what is your body count, I'd be like, shit, I don't know.
Urban,
So do you
ask
believe?
that question again. You said, what do you think
Oh,
about it? About cheating?
yeah. Do you believe having a high body count is cheating?
No, not if it's something that happened before you.
No, no, because it's before that person. If I have a clean pussy and a clean mouth, why should it matter? My body count.
No, she didn't throw a mouth in there. Bro, I am done with you.
I will answer. I will answer. I'll be a man. I'll be the first man to answer it. I think body count is important because the amount of people that you have been with and you are possibly around them, and I'm with you, and I'm knowing mentally, you know. Now I'm not going to ask you, okay? I've been on this. I will say this again. I've been on this earth for a long time, and so um, I've been on this earth a long time, and so um, people talk. You know, people talk, and you don't have to tell me your body count. You know what I mean? A lot of people say that's not your business what my body count. I understand that, but my thing is that if I'm with you and I notice that you have a high body count, that's going to be a problem with me because everywhere I turn, I'm like, damn, you with him? Damn, you been with the you been with the buggy boy? Damn, you been with the newspaper boy? Damn, you been with the milkman? Damn, you been with the trash man?
You been with Batman?
You been
Hell
with
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Batman was good.
you been with Thanos? You know what I'm saying? So if you know, I believe that, like it or not, and guys will not probably admit to it, but I'm just being honest with you. Body count is very, very important. You know what I mean? And when you talk about cheating, Urban, I'm just going to be honest with you. When you talk about cheating and so forth, I think it all starts. And I'm speaking, and I'm gonna let all of y'all speak on this. It all starts with us teaching our young ladies and teaching our young men. You just don't give your bodies to anybody. You know what I mean? That's where it starts with.
Right.
It starts all the way back there. All right. Your body is precious. Your body is a temple. Your body is sacred. Okay. So ideally, we want to teach our children to give your body to the one that you want to marry and spend your whole entire life with, right? But unfortunately, because of what you were saying, I said what I said, and other people that said on the channel, unfortunately, we have a lot of influences in life today. We have social media, we have music, we have television, we have everything. You know what I mean? That's going to influence our young people to do otherwise. So, because of that, 9 times out of 10, and I hate saying this, but 9 times out of 10, our young people coming up in this day and age or whatever, body count it's going to be, it's going to be there. It's going to be there. All right. But, you know, there can be some exceptions to that rule. All right. There can be exceptions to that hidden rule. But, you know, I'm speaking from a woman's. I'm speaking from a man and looking at a woman. I think. I think, especially with women, a man wants their woman to be precious. A man wants their woman to be uh, not have a high body count. I'm just going to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? We want our women to be the backbone of a relationship. We want our women to be the voice of reason. We want our women to be somewhat the 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 partner. You know what I'm saying? We want them to be the person that has our back, right? And if I have uh, my lady having a high body count, that's just not something that I would want. Just being honest.
Maybe
This
she a pro. She got a high body count because she's a pro.
And so you
'Cause-
Oh
saying
my
you
goodness.
saying if a, you saying if a woman have a high body count, she can't be a lady. Not that I have a high body count or anything, but I do know people that do have a high body count, and once they, especially when they're young, and let's keep it real, a lot of college girls got high body counts, okay, and they call
true,
it's what they call experimenting.
true,
Okay. And
true.
so you're saying if a woman was experimenting in her 20s and had a high body count, and then now she's 35, 40, 45, 50 or whatever, calm down, got some maturity. So you don't feel like she's marriage material because she's no longer because she has a high body count in her past. And I know that men do think about that, and I understand that, you know, men look at women a certain way. If you guys have a high body count, then you're a player, and if a woman do it, then she's a
Right,
hoe. And it's just a
right.
double standard, and it is what it is. So I'm not
Maybe,
blaming you.
maybe she a con freak. Maybe she
Could
just
be.
love to come. You
There
know,
you
she
go.
just, she
Yeah,
probably have demons in her that, she just got to get them
gotta
come
get
out.
it out.
Yeah,
But
she
that's
got to get them demons out.
so I don't support that theory, SBK. I just don't think because somebody have a high body
Oh,
count.
my goodness.
Because if that's the case, most men got a real high body count. So do that not make them good fathers?
I'm not going to go there and say that just because a person has a high body count, that predicates what they have going on in the future as a father or a mother. I'm not going to say that, but we got to understand. Let's not play dumb here. You know what I'm saying? Your past is going to predicate your future in a lot of cases. Your past, it's just like whenever you go out for a job and you go out and you go out for a job interview. You know what I'm saying? If you go out and you interview for a job and you got a bad job history, that's going to affect your future as a worker. You know what I'm saying? The same thing with anything in life. You know what I mean? What you do in your life, you have to be responsible for. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I'm trying to say. And this is and I agree with where is it at right here? And this is just me just saying my little bro here. That's personal preference. I totally agree with my little bro right here. It's all about about personal preference, and so that's just me. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
y'all can disagree with that, and that's perfectly fine. But y'all go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
Right,
All
because
right. So
I totally I'm a agree to disagree with you. Hold on one sec, Urban. But what is a high number?
What is a high number?
Yeah. What's the body count number? What's the number?
I think if you have a high body, if you have a number to where if you go out and about with your significant other, and if you have, I don't want to relegate to a number.
Well, how would you know you got a high body count if you can't give a number?
I said that because I said that because people, your significant other doesn't have to talk. Your significant people talk. You know what I mean? People not stupid. You know what I mean? If you pay attention, you pay attention, you pay attention, and like me, for instance, I'm a country boy. You know what I mean? I'm a country boy. I've been made fun of being a country boy, but but I wouldn't change that for the world. But people talk. You know what I mean? I'm known in these streets. I'm known here. So if I am with you, if I choose to date you, 9 times out of 10, someone's going to know you to be a good girl, quote unquote, or a very bad girl. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, we can't relegate to a number. We got to relegate to action. We got to relegate to your behavior. We got to relegate to what you know, whether we like it or not, we are judged by what we have done in the past. And your past is going to predicate what you do to the future. That's how we are as human beings, to be honest with you. You know,
I understand that. I know we live in a double standard society. So I
If
was
a
just
man,
asking the question. I just wanted to
no.
know what
I
the
love
number
the
was.
question. I love the dialogue. I
Yeah,
love the
because
question.
if a
this,
man, for me, if a man have like 50 bodies, I think that's a little bit too high. 50 women on that thing.
Hey, you
Now,
ask me that.
that's a real so what's going on there?
Let me ask you
Uh
guys
oh,
something.
you got a bad
Uh,
feed.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, okay, there
Can
we
you guys?
go.
Okay. here's the thing. All that goes back to getting to know the person. See, those are those hard questions that you got to have with people. And if you keep, if even if they don't answer the question comfortably the first time, it doesn't mean that you can't revisit that, because that's important. That involves your happiness. Are you going to be happy every time you go out with him? In the evening time, and he running into somebody that he used to know. I mean, it all depends on if you have that conversation. I would like to know. I mean, what kind of life were you living when you were in college? I mean, people gonna say, "Well, what do you think I was doing?" Well, that's not the point. The point is to try to get some information as to seeing how capable this person is to being in a solid relationship. How capable is this person is to being someone you could actually consider as married, as a person that you might possibly want to marry. I know that we're going ahead. I'm going ahead when I say that because we're talking body counts, but that's the whole idea. That is not an issue if you have those questions answered from the beginning, so you can deal with that right then. The last thing you want to deal with is those questions 3-4 years later, and you got a kid and you're in a relationship. You see what I mean?
But what
So
if they
why
lie?
not? Huh?
What if they lie to you? And then you run into
Well,
Tyrone and Jim and Bob and Harry.
well, okay, that's true. People will do that. They put their best foot forward when they're trying to meet somebody. But let me just say this: when you really gave yourself a chance, I'm asking everybody on the panel this. When you really gave yourself time and really listened to that other voice that's in you, and you made a decision, and you listen to that voice, that intuition that tells you this ain't for me. Don't Most of the time you make the right decision.
A lot of the times, yes, but a lot of the times we don't listen to that voice at first. That's the problem. We might listen to it to be too late.
Exactly. And that's where it starts at home. That's where it starts with my kids. When my daughters, me and my wife, we have a thing that we've done. It didn't really become a thing, but once they got around 14 or 15, we started having different conversations with them. And those conversations progressed because we knew they were getting older. We knew they were getting ready to go to college. So you got to have those conversations with the potential mate from the very beginning. And that way, if they comes up, let's say you got 75 people you mess with. That's a big number, by the way. But if you got that, but you was upfront about that, and you're carrying yourself differently, that's something else today. Okay. But if you don't tell the truth about that upfront, and it comes out, from being out with your mate and doing things, that's going to slowly erode the foundation of that relationship. So that's why I say those are the type of tough conversations you have to have when you're thinking about engaging into a relationship with anybody. You should always make sure you have all the intel you have so you can make the right decisions. And then you think about the answers and you can hold them to those answers. As you guys get to know each other. Wait a minute, he said he didn't do this. Wait a minute, he said he did this, but now he's doing that. You get to see what's more factual and what's not. You know what I'm saying?
Here's what I want to say. Everybody on this panel, have y'all seen The Best Man, right? The movie The Best Man?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've seen all
Okay.
of them.
Okay, you've seen all of them, right? Remember the first one where
Yeah.
Yeah.
where Tay Diggs slept with Morris
Right.
Chestnut's old lady? You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Mhm.
Right.
And she felt like that she shouldn't tell Morris Chestnut, but Morris Chestnut already knew. But Morris Chestnut married her anyways, knowing that he got told that his old lady, his soon fiance to be slept with Tay Diggs, right?
But
Look,
he was a whore though.
who you talking about?
Morris Chestnut, he was a whore on her. He was doing all that cheating because he was a football player.
Yeah, he was a football player, but when he got engaged, he did the right thing. You know what I'm
And he
saying?
was still a whore. He was still cheating on her. So she got mad and got revenge and cheated with the best friend.
But
And he found out with the book.
the thing about it is that the reason why I brought that up is, bro, is because the lady did not feel like it was important enough to tell Morris Chestnut that she had slept with Tay Diggs. All right. That's my point. So my point is, how many times, and look, man, these directors and these writers and all of these authors or whatever, this is, man, they've gone through this ish in real life. So my point is that a lot of ladies have done a lot of behind the scenes stuff that nobody has ever known. Because let's keep it real, women have a way of doing things discreetly to the point to where it is not noticeable and that nobody ever knows. An old school dude told me one time, I think I've told this story before, but an old school dude told me one time the difference between a dog and a cat when they shit and they piss. You know what I mean? You never see a cat shit or piss. But when a dog, they don't give a damn. They'll shit and piss anywhere. You know what I'm saying? But a cat is very, very, never see a cat. You know what I mean? So that's the thing with women, in my opinion. In my opinion.
And you know why that is, SBK? It's because y'all men, y'all change y'all habits. Y'all men change your habits. If you start changing your habits, like if you always come home at a certain time, you always, do certain things at certain times. And if you change your habit, your woman gonna know.
Hey,
You know.
agree. I totally agree.
And y'all men always do that. Y'all change your habit because y'all sneaking on the phone with the other woman. You coming home late. You all of a sudden you have homeboys come out the woodworks.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So us women, we don't change our habits. We gonna still fuck you. We still gonna suck you right and all that type of stuff. And also do a squash and go do the other man. That's what I used to do.
You see what my little bro said? That's why women are better at cheating. And I totally agree with that. I'm now anybody that's listening to listening to me, I'm not advocating cheating. I'm not advocating none of that. I'm just speaking from, I've been on this earth for a little bit, and I'm just speaking from whatever. And y'all can add in. Urban, I really want to know.
Hey, bro. Hey. Let's call a spade a spade. Morris Chestnut character was a straight up simp, bro. For one, taking her, he should have broke off that marriage right then and there. To be quite honest, but he did it. He chose to let social norms dictate. So, not a matter of fact, not only social norm, but he had let his religion dictate to him that he should forgive that woman and still marry her, because that's ultimately what happened in that story.
Yeah, but I agree.
But y'all forgetting the point. He also cheated on her many a time.
That's the point I was about ready to make, bro. The point I was going to make about him is that he was simply exercising his options. He didn't put out label on them women. He was just smashing them. It just is what it is. It wasn't cheating. It wasn't in a relationship with them. It just is what it is. But see, that's the difference. It's a difference between you just exercise your option to smash a woman versus you in a full-fledged relationship with somebody you decide to cheat on you. So technically speaking, Morris Chestnut never cheated on her.
Yes, he did. If you in a monogamous relationship,
hold on, Ro. If that's the case, then she technically didn't cheat on him either.
That's right.
But now, according to y'all logic and understanding, y'all say that cheating happens when you're in a relationship. They were in a actual relationship. Everything that Morris Chestnut did, he did that before being in a relationship with his woman.
He cheated. No, he did not. No, he did not. He was cheating on her. And that's why she did what she did.
He had did that prior before the relationship.
No, he did not. Watch the movie again. He was cheating on her while they were together. And then she went ahead and did what she did. So technically, if you want to call it that, they both wasn't in a relationship. They wasn't married at the time. So there was no cheating.
We could technically call that too. I mean, that's what you want to We call it that. That's fine. So if that be the case, and I'm bringing all this in full circle, because like earlier I was sharing with y'all about the whole concept about cheating, where it came from and stuff right there. I explained to y'all about modern day relationships, how the modern day people operate. And then I also asked y'all a question about the body count. Now, all this coming to a full circle is because of the whole concept about cheating. I also believe that body counts and everything is very, very important in relationship. It really is. The reason why is because typically when you have a lower body count, more than likely that relationship is going to be more successful. But what end up happening in that relationship is that, say a man and a woman, right? They end up having friends. They have these friends, right, who have a very high body count. Them same type of friends will sit up here encourage you to say that, hey, you need to get more experience. I done had about 10 or 20 body counts, and you need to get more experience. You start considering that into your relationship, that ultimately that end up being incorporated to your relationship, that therefore you end up cheating just because you had allowed an outside influence encourage you indirectly to cheat in that relationship. Would y'all agree to that or disagree?
No,
I
because body
disagree.
count
I've
should
never,
count.
and I've
That
never
only
heard.
a
I've
weak
never heard
minded
a
person would
woman.
do that.
Yeah, I've never had a friend to tell me I need to get another some more body count or anything. If anything, they've tried to encourage me to stay in a marriage because the other person was cheating, and I decided to exit out. So that must be just maybe a man thing, and it's not so much of
I,
a woman thing as far as
I said what I
encouraging
said.
each other.
I said what I said. I remember hearing you saying earlier that a woman should have, or was a role. It was one of y'all. I remember hearing y'all earlier. Y'all saying that the woman probably need to get more experience. Did y'all say that?
I
The
didn't say
woman
that.
that
No,
No.
I just hot. I just had a hot pussy. You know what I'm saying? I just need to come. But
but
that's
no,
just all.
but that's
You know what I'm saying?
but
That's
that's
all.
typically that's typically what they say though. They say that, girl, maybe you need to get more experience. The more you need to get more experience with sex. If you get more experience with sex, then you'll be a better sex expert for your partner. However way they put it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
Mm-mm-mm.
not,
Well,
Oh
not,
boy.
like some
but
of
to
y'all
be
men
honest,
like that kinky sex. Y'all want the triple X sex in the bedroom.
they doing it with somebody, huh, Ro?
Yeah,
But
they need some.
typically though,
They want
Urban.
that fake coochie and stuff. Want to stick your dick in. They want all that. You want the
Oh
handcuffs
my
and the
God.
bed.
But typically, Urban, women don't normally talk to other women about getting experience. But what we will do is maybe try to teach each other how to do better. Maybe give some tips of what you should do with your man, but not so much as go get some experience. That's not something that most women, let me put it like this, back in the day, because I don't know what they doing today. I'm not out there. I have no clue what they doing. But in my time frame, that's what we used to do, is try
There's
to,
nothing new
you
under the
know.
sun. I said what I said.
Well, I
Yeah,
don't know what they.
exactly. I don't know. I don't know why y'all always resort back to saying back in the day
Yeah,
X
Yeah,
Y Z used to be
there's
this when it always been that way.
it's
The
always
only
been
there's
that way.
difference,
nothing new
the,
under
the,
the
the only the only difference between back in the day, quote unquote, versus modern time is that modern time is just way more loose with it versus
Yeah,
back in the day, they try to be all sneaky and private with it and
yeah.
trying to do what they do.
Yeah, and I've had a family member that had an open relationship, and and she had, she had all the men she wanted, and he had all the women they wanted, and they just respected each other, and Urban, I know you're gonna.
Uh oh.
Who is that? But Urban, I'm gonna agree with you on one thing. Not that I agree with the way that it is, but I do feel like a man is really not designed to be with one woman. What's that? Whose microphone is that?
Somebody sound like they on a CB.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
CKJ, you need to mute
Okay.
this. Mate.
Huh?
Your thing is acting up. Your microphone. But I agree. I don't think men are designed to have one woman. I just, the way that your body chemistry is, and it seemed like a lot of men get caught up, and and some women too. But it seemed like it's more men that get caught up with cheating and stepping outside of their relationship. And some of them just, they just like a lot of women. So I really think and I don't know if God is playing a joke on us or what, but it seemed like men are just not designed to be with one woman, although I don't condone it. But it seemed like that's the way the chemistry is, in my opinion.
Let me clarify that. We are designed to procreate, meaning that we're designed to spread our loins, spread our seeds. You know what I'm saying? Have a way that be accomplished. It don't necessarily got to be accomplished with multiple women. It could be just with the one woman. But at the end of the day, what men desire more than anything, if they choose to exercise their option of being in a monogamous relationship, is that they want their woman to be his piece, and they want their woman to fully trust him, and he want to have trust for that woman as well too. Now, if that woman don't have at least them two bare minimum things, then guess what? That dude is going to exercise his option. You're gonna say, "Well, shoot, I don't have to be with you. I'm just going to want to get with another woman." And keep in mind that in most cases, men do not cheat unless something incorporates them to cheat, or something influences them to cheat, but they don't purposely just make it a whole conquest for them to cheat. All right. They don't do that. Women do that, on the other hand, because just like I stated earlier, women cheat because of the physical and the emotional sides of it. Side of it, you know what I'm saying? If that man have did something to you where he's no longer providing, protecting you in any way possible, then a woman will exercise their option emotionally first, their physical last, every single time.
No, I don't do that. Just tell the
Nah.
man, hey, dog, you just not doing your job. If you don't clean this shit up, I'm finna get the hell up out of here and you need to go. You know what I'm saying? If you don't want to clean this up. And I told plenty of men that, hey, you need to clean up this stuff. You're not protecting me. You're not providing. You're not doing this. Your dick is trash. You need to clean this shit up. Either you go watch some
You
damn
breaking
porn
them
or something.
down.
At least you watch some porn or something, or get some new eating skills or something. You know what I'm saying? Or else I got to go and find somebody else who's gonna do it. It is that
Right.
plain and simple. I don't need to be wasting my time. Life is too short. I'm not gonna waste no more years, no more tears on no man who don't want to do.
Here's my push back up on that, row. Most women, well, not most, every woman is hypergamous, period. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that they want that man to do his fulfillment or protecting and provisions. Now, I do understand also that we're living in a modern time, but y'all don't operate on modern time. But I'm gonna say this, but we're living in a modern time where we have women who are successful now. They have careers, they have jobs, they have money and income and stuff like that. So they necessarily don't have to rely on a man to financially support them. But other provisions that still are hypergamous on there, for us, the relationship part of it, the sex part of it, the emotional part of it, the love part of it, they rely on men to do that. You know what I'm saying? So typically that's what end up happening in these relationships, is that if that man is not providing that other part that I'm telling you about, the emotional connection or anything like that, then guess what? They're more likely that woman is going to go out and cheat on that man, period. You know what I'm saying? Here's another thing that these women would say. I'm not saying y'all on the panel, but this typically what these women would do. They will exercise their personal option of saying that, hey, I don't want to get back into another relationship. I might as well go on and invest the time that I got with this man, but I'm going to do what I got to do. It is going to be is what it is.
I came back on the on the panel, guys, because I wanted to address something. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
I wanted to address something that was stated earlier, that was stated about having a low body count was a bad thing, or something was alluded to that. No? Am I right?
Yeah, my body count, low body count is better, if you want to be in a relationship or something. But I don't
Yeah.
think that's true,
Yeah,
because I
they
did all my
said,
stuff when I was like 25 was my cutoff, because that's when I got engaged. So I stopped all my shenanigans and stuff. I sold all my wild oats. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't, pursue any other things. So sometimes you got to sow your wild oats in order for you to have a productive, good relationship. Because then you won't be acting wild when you get into a serious relationship like marriage. You
And
know.
and it was also alluded to that if you had a high body count, then it's like a job interview. You are your past. You're judged upon your past. So
SBK, you're muted, and Vaughn is in the backstage.
she been back there all that time.
Vaughn's not been in the backstage. No, she's not.
Vaughn she said, I'm backstage. SBK is mute.
Hold
Oh
on.
yeah, I can see her. I can see her messaging now too.
Oh,
Yeah.
I gotta scroll
Private
down.
chat.
My bad.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and I said what I said. She was shooting shots at me. Yes, I did say that.
I'm not shooting shots. I'm just saying what you said.
But now, SPK, I agree with you on the body count. It's very important for a person to have a low body count. And then if you do have a very high body count, then more than likely that relationship is not going to be successful at all.
Vaughn, sweetheart, I'm sorry. I had to scroll down on my StreamYard and I didn't see. I was like, oh hell.
No, you're okay. I was only back there for a hot second.
Okay, I'm
But
sorry.
I was back there long enough to know you was talking and could nobody hear you.
Yeah, I'm back here.
and SBK, we still friends, buddy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely,
Yeah, we still
absolutely,
good.
man. I love,
Yeah,
man, I love all of y'all.
I was just repeating what you had said. That's
Absolutely, absolutely. I was just messing with you. You know,
I said what I said. What you say to SBK? I want to know.
all. Well, Joe finna talking. You got to go listen to the replay. That's all I can tell
go
you.
ahead. I said what I
hey, real quick on Vaughn's up here stuff, right? So on Vaughn's, and I say what I said to everybody in the lounge, they know I've been on some sabbatical for a whole week because it was on Passover. But I promised them that, hey, as soon as I got for Passover, I'm gonna come up here and cause all kind of chaos. So
Is it even
It's like
midnight
always.
yet?
Exactly.
Lord,
We
it's
expect-
midnight out there in Texas. It ain't even midnight here yet.
No,
You acting
no.
crazy.
no, it's not
Nah.
midnight. It's sundown. It's sundown now. So the Passover over.
Oh,
And we're used
Lord.
to urban too, so he ain't bothering. I mean, he
And,
can stay with
and
him on his
Lionel, we
plate.
used to urban and Lionel. They always cause trouble and problems.
I know
just
he
think
cutting a
like-
fool over this body count. I know that much.
But no, I was gonna say, what he was saying. I know he talks about the body count and all that, but what I need him to understand is women are grown, and I'm just talking about the women. I'm not talking about men. Women are grown, and if they have a high body count, they're not gonna let you know, buddy. They're not gonna let you know. I'm just letting you know. They're not gonna be from the country, and so you're not gonna know. And so you need to be aware of that. You're not gonna know the body count of women because if they got a high one, they ain't gonna be dumb and tell it. They're not,
So Joe, here's my response on that. If a woman cannot be honest with you and tell her body count to you, or she chooses to exercise her option and lie, you know right off the bat that woman is not for you. Period. That goes to the concept of what PJK said earlier. CKJ said earlier is by getting to know that person, vet out that person. If that person said already blatantly lied to you in the beginning, you already know what type of person they are, and so
But you're
don't
not
enter
gonna
into a
know
relationship.
you're not gonna know she's lying. That's all
It's-
I'm trying to say. You got to
Yeah,
get
because women are good
Your
players.
karma, no. At the end of the day, karma is going to catch up with that person. At the end of the day, if you believe in
Fact,
God, God is
What?
always going to reveal the truth.
Mr. Lounge,
God is always going to
no,
reveal the truth to that person.
no.
I agree.
No.
Let me say this. Let me ask y'all ladies this. How do y'all find out that a man is cheating on y'all? How do y'all
His,
find
his
it out?
pattern. His pattern.
You want to know
Right,
how?
patterns.
And
But
yeah,
no.
his pattern, absolutely, because of his pattern and the things he do. Same thing with a woman. One thing about the body count is that you cannot lie about it. You can't. You can't lie
How
about your body
now?
count.
How now
If-
can you lie about it? Because I can just tell a man, hey, I don't know what my body count is, and I'm gonna ask him, what's your body count? I don't know, so I ain't gonna worry about it because it's a past.
And according to science, okay, no matter how many, unless she was just really out here, Okay, and I mean you have to be like over 100 or something to have no feeling and no walls and all that kind of stuff because babies come out and we go back and be normal. But unless there's like some type of physical evidence of how many men she's been with, Mr. Lounge, you ain't gonna know that. You just not gonna know.
Yeah, I'm going to know that because I'm gonna ask that question. If she don't answer that question, then I already know without a shadow of doubt that first of all she have a high body count. That's right off the bat.
Oh,
That's the God
Oh,
honest
wait.
truth. If
I got a
if she
question.
have a high body count and she's lying about that, you know what I'm saying? Then they let me know right off the bat. Because normally if she have a low body count, she wouldn't even she wouldn't have a problem saying that. She'll say that, oh, I'm a virgin, or I just had one person throughout my whole entire life. She'll actually use that as a flex, you know what I'm saying? Versus a woman, I don't know, or a self-parent lie. But regardless of the fact,
But why would that matter if
said,
it's the past though? Like, say for instance, like
Right.
regardless
I
I
was gonna
of
say
I
that.
stopped having all the
hey,
weird sex when you know, after 20.
but,
You know,
but
25, you know, yeah, 25 that's when I stopped my shenanigans. Because I had got engaged and
I'm gonna
everything.
be honest.
regardless, hey,
I'm gonna be honest with you.
And then I went 7 years without sex. So how can you determine my future and my past and my present?
I'm gonna be
You know
honest
what I'm
with
saying?
you. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. All right, and I'm just being a man, a red-blooded American Mandingo. All right, and I'm gonna let Urban go and finish his point. But look, I don't care if you're married, you're single. If you look good and you come around me, you might get filled up. All right, that's all I gotta say about that. Go ahead.
Oh, they gonna get dick down?
If you look good, and you wearing that sundress around me, even though I am practicing celibacy, you might get filled up and you might get done up.
Oh, you gonna spank somebody with the winner? You like to spank people with the winner?
You damn right. I'm just being human. I'm just being human. If you look good and you walk around me, you give me a play, you might get filled up.
Now, how did that go from body count?
I said what I said. You better say that, sis, because I'm over here like, what? What the?
Hey, no,
I'm going on mute. I'm going on mute.
And stay on mute.
Hey, notice this, and I want y'all to consider this too. It is very easy for a man to want to admit his own body count than it is for a woman to admit her body count. There's a reason behind that. The reason behind that is because of social norms. That's where it boils down to. A woman don't want to be considered as a hoe. That's where it boils down to. That's the reason why a woman don't want to admit her body count, because she knows that man is going to judge her based on her body count. That's where it boils down to. Now, if that woman have a low body count,
I was gonna say it depends.
I don't care.
If that woman has a low body count, she's not going to consider herself as being a whore. Okay,
and then you ain't gonna get no sex out of her either because she have a low body count.
That's not true. But wait, Mr. Lounge, I want to say this. It depends on who you're talking to. So it depends. Because okay, do women lie? Yes, that's factual, right? But for you to say that women lie about it because they don't want to be judged, I feel like it depends on what kind of men they're talking to. If they're talking to a man where they're both interested in just doing the do, why lie? But if maybe she's trying to take it serious or go somewhere else with it, then I can see why she would lie. At the same time, I don't feel like
the point.
But wait, I feel like only a certain type of man really cares about a body count, and I just have to be honest and say I feel like insecure men care about body count.
I'm gonna play Urban's voice box. That's bullshit. I want to play his
Hey
box.
guys, can I add something before I drop down?
Go ahead.
Please add something.
Hey, CKJ, man, it's an honor to have you on. You grace a lot of panels, and it's an honor to have you on. Go ahead, brother.
I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate the panel. Hey, let me leave y'all with this. I think every person, when they get ready to get engaged in a relationship, or if they think that they're in a relationship that can go somewhere, the issue of body count comes up. But let me assure you this. If you really want to know that count of your woman or of your man, all you gotta do is listen to him. You don't even have to mention it. It'll come
Yeah,
up.
that's true. That's true.
Okay. And you will see it, you'll see it in the type of people that they consider their best friends. You'll see it
Big
in the way
fact.
that they deal with women. You'll see it when the way that they deal with problems. You'll see it in the way that they engage with other men. Uh, when you're around them, let's say if I'm with my wife and I'm around other guys, I know she's gauging me for my real self and what myself that I'm portraying around these people. And I do the same thing when she's around them. Because those are the things that you use. You don't always have to tell your strategy to get the most out of your strategy. Sometimes you just have to be patient, get with them in certain type of social situations, and it'll come out. You can tell because they change. Their real self comes out because if they really think they're a player, it's hard not to be a player. Okay? If they're really a person that's about trying to do something foundation with you, and they tell you straight up, hey, I used to do this and I did that and that. Yeah, that sounds fine. It sounds upfront and it sounds honest, but you're never gonna really know for sure until you get around the people that they're around, because the people that they're around are gonna tell you who they are. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to step down because my babies are bugging me about reading them a story. So I got to go read a story to them because they won't go to
All
sleep if I
right.
don't do it.
Salute,
But you all have a good.
CKJ.
Hey,
Nice to meet
SBK
you,
man,
Salute, bro.
KJ.
great show. Thrive with Glow, Thrive and Glow with Joe. You're going to have to cut that down. I'm too old for all that. Okay. I just messing with
Hey,
That's
you. All right.
CK,
funny.
Good look. I
hey
appreciate
man,
y'all having me up and letting me participate. You guys have
hey
a good
man,
night. Okay.
it's a pleasure.
You
You
too.
too.
All
Have
right.
a good night.
All
Great
right.
convo.
Man, you look here, y'all were full of crap, bro. Boy, I swear on my life, y'all full of crap. I just said the same as that thing that CKJ said. He just
You
said it
really did.
differently,
You
right?
really
And
did.
and he
Man,
really did. And
please.
I was watching Joe. She was clapping. Samoa over here giving the flex and stuff. Oh yeah, you cook it, bro. I said the same as that thing. He just said it
But
differently. What the
hey,
hell?
hey,
Well,
hey,
I
What
Urban,
the
just
but
want
hey,
to
hell?
hey,
say
Urban.
I disagreed on one part. That's all I'm gonna
No,
say.
y'all
I
just want to
disagreed on
disagree
one
because it's
part.
me. It's
Very
what it
white.
is.
Hey,
It's a
It's
very
cool.
white voice,
hey,
Urban.
Urban.
Very white.
Hey, Urban. I'm gonna leave you with this. When you're the court jester, man, that's what you get with the job, man.
Hey, I feel you on that one, bro. You're right.
All right, y'all take it easy.
Have a good
Have a
All
night,
good
right.
man.
You
night.
too.
Have a good
All right.
night.
All right.
Good night.
Talking about my delivery.
Good
My
night.
delivery is my delivery, DR. I'm a deliver it how the way I'm a deliver it. So hey, you don't sit up here and tell Amazon how the way they should deliver your package, right? You don't tell the mailman how the way they should deliver your mail, right? You take it how the way it would be delivered. If they
And we
deliver it, they
rate it.
deliver it. If they don't, they don't.
And we
Come
rate
on
it by the
now.
way we deliver it. You're correct. We rate it by that way also. You're right.
Still, yeah, it's still, yeah, exactly. So, Lord Jesus.
Well, Urban,
But
I'd
but
like to
go
tell
go
you,
ahead,
handle your
ladies.
packages with care, sir.
I was gonna say, can you deliver it with love? Just a little love, Mr. Lounge. It ain't
Nah, I'm
gonna
gonna
hurt you.
deliver it to where I need to go. However you get there, get there. The saying.
Just a
Lana talking
little
Damn.
about you
love.
still get the Lana talking about you still get the package.
Heck yeah, you still got it. Golly, all this tone police and the stuff. Y'all wild as hell.
But we having fun though. We having fun.
But
It's
I
Oh
all
don't,
yeah,
you
done
y'all
know
and
good.
what,
done.
guys? I wanted to say, hey, Vaughn, because I had missed you. Hey, sweetheart. Hey, sweet Rita.
Hi.
Girl, look, this is my whole thing. Like, as far as when it comes to body count, right? For instance, right? I don't really give two damns about your body count before me, to be honest. But the thing is, like, suppose we out, like you said, SBK somewhere to stand the third, and you know them on an intimate level. I think you should tell me that. You know what I'm saying? Don't have me up in this girl face, and you done smashed her down before and knocked the walls down. Like, you know what
That
I
Right.
mean?
part.
Yeah.
That
Don't do
part.
that.
Yeah.
I think that's
Yeah.
disrespectful because I've been in a relationship like that before, right? And I had met this guy 10 years before I met the guy that had started currently dating. But I straight up told him he didn't have to ask me. I said, I know him. I said, we dated briefly. I said, but I found out he wasn't, and I cut him off, but I was honest with him. But the funny thing is the tables can turn depending on, like you said, the delivery and then who you're telling it to as well. He got mad. Why would you get mad? Because I told you the truth. He told me, well, I know him. I grew up with him. I said, well, I knew him 10 years before I met you. So what that mean? But had I known that, it would have never been a you. See what I'm saying?
Already.
Mhm.
Some people want the truth, but they can't handle the truth, y'all. That's the thing.
Right.
They ask you
Yeah.
those
Right.
No,
questions.
yeah,
I'm
I was
just
gonna say
saying. They ask you
yeah.
them questions.
That
As soon as
part.
you say, well,
But
no, it ain't been 6, it's been 15. But in the last 15 years, I've been with 2 guys. But if you say it been 15 guys in the last 15 years, what you mean it been 15? Damn. I mean, you
And
ask the
yeah,
question. You know what I'm
that's
saying?
why I said I feel insecure. Well, I'm gonna say insecure people, period, care about body count.
no, 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 no.
I don't care about body count with a man. As long as you fuck me good, as long as you have the tools and you can fuck me good, that's it.
hey,
And it touch
hey,
his neighbor, right?
Yeah, and then touch his
hey,
neighbor, and it got a mushroom head. No
all right,
extra skin,
You better got
no
walls.
extra skin.
You better have walls then. That's what that matters.
all right. So, all right. So,
I got the walls
all right. So
and the
here's the,
jaws.
all right. Here's the final reason why body count is important. You know what I'm saying? The reason why body count is important because that deals with your physical health. All right, overall.
Agreed.
Now
Yes.
you want to make sure that the person that you potentially want to be with for the rest of your life want to make sure that they can want to procreate with you, and that goes for both men and women. You want to make sure that this dude don't got no type of diseases where he can't even shoot up the club where y'all could get a baby. Same thing with the women as well too. You want to make sure that her bodily function is operating properly where you won't get nothing contracted from her. So that's why another reason, that's one of the main reasons why the body count question is important. I believe that should be one of the first questions you should ask in your relationship. Now, I've been seeing in the chat and stuff where people talking about, well, it ain't important. I ain't going to ask a lady about the body count or I going to ask a man about it. If you don't ask that question, then you don't need to be in a relationship, period.
Well, I
You
beg to
really
differ.
don't. You just need to go with the sleep
I
around with
don't
people.
think
Just go
hold
sleep
on, Bud.
around.
I think the first question you ought to ask is when the last time you been to the clinic, because that's what I
Thank
asked
you.
first.
I said yes. I
Exactly.
said what I said.
Exactly.
Yes, that's more
That deals with
important.
body. No, that
Yeah.
deals with body count. Still, that's
But
one
but
and the
No, it
Mr.
same.
but
don't. No,
Mr.
it don't.
Lounge,
Yes, it
no,
does.
it
It deals
doesn't
with body
because
count.
No, it doesn't.
let let's say this. Let's say you find you a person and you actually like them and they have a promiscuous, past or whorish past, however you want to call it. Because you say men can't be promiscuous, but I say that's a lie. But listen, so um, I also wanted to add in this on a spiritual aspect. Yes, body count does matter. However, I don't think it should be the first question you asking a person when you're getting to know a person because everybody has a past. Some men look at at a woman and feel like she didn't been with one too many men, and she's only been with 2 men. So I don't think it's the first thing you should ask. I feel like it should come up like what CKJ, have you say his name, once you're watching their behavior, you seeing how they are, and it's like, this person is a little, I feel like it should come up in conversation so that way the person doesn't get guarded and lie. Because sometimes, no, ain't nobody gonna just be honest about the worst parts of themselves if that's been the worst part of themselves, or if they had an experience where it made them feel that that was the worst part of themselves. So I don't think it should be the very first thing you should ask a person in conversation on the first date or nothing like that, especially if y'all not doing the do.
And
Here's
I'll
the
be,
reason why.
what,
Here's the reason why I have push back on that. There's the reason why. But let's keep it real. All right. Well, when you want going out and dating someone, right, or you're trying to find a potential one, as y'all call partners, right? where you go out and find this particular person, you're literally interviewing each other to see if they're going to qualify for the type of one relationship and type of one overall environment that you're looking for, correct? So while you in that interview, you should be asking them all the questions that you need to ask them. No different from a job interview. Even when you do a job interview, right? A job start off with, some icebreaker questions, just to get you loosened there, whatever, right? Same thing in relationship. They end up asking some challenging, open-end behavioral questions to see if you really qualify for the job. Same thing in a relationship. You should ask open-ended behavioral questions to see if they qualify for being in a relationship, including the body count part. You know what I'm saying? Because that's important, because at the end of the day, you don't want to waste each other's time. You don't want to wait till 90 days later and, oh, by the way, my body count high. Oh, by the way, I used to be a pedophile. Or send all this stuff later.
That's why urban, you need, and nowadays the body count really doesn't matter, and that's what we try to tell you right now in this day and age and everything, because for simple fact, only thing I want to know is, do you have HIV or whatever? Let's go to a clinic together so
That
we
part.
both can, so we both will know what we both got. And
Because
then it
take
doesn't
one
matter.
time. It only take one time. You saying body count matter because of health reasons, but it only take one person to give you HIV.
Exactly.
So if this man is willing to go to the clinic with me, and we both get these tests and everything, and so we know what we both got before
Right.
we jump in the bed, I don't give a damn if you slept with 100 women. I don't give a damn.
Right.
Long as you clean. And the bird part is, I don't even think I can have kids, and I don't even want kids. So the man guy, I'm gonna tell him straight up, I don't even want kids. Do you want kids? If he say yes, then you can go your way and I can go my way, because I'm not trying to have kids. But I don't want no HIV. I don't want no super gonorrhea either.
Now
You
that
know,
should be a question you should ask on the first date, even if
Yeah.
y'all not doing the do, because you might want to do the do on the second date.
Right. And you need to know that health record. And if you ain't got now, then we need to go to the clinic before we go on to bed, because at the end of the day, I don't need no heebie-jeebies of no kind.
And
so
100 women means you have plenty of experience, and I'm gonna have a ball. That's what that means.
already we're gonna have some good old butt naked sex.
I'm just saying. It's not gonna
Some
be
good
big
old butt
much.
naked
To
sex.
me, kids mean if the amount of kids that you have is more important than your body count, in my opinion.
Already, because you
Ooh,
might be
I
on
said what I
hellified
said.
child support.
Ooh, how many baby
Hell no.
mamas you got?
Wait a minute.
There you go.
Ross,
The
There
baby
you go,
mamas
Vaughn.
matter more to me than how many women you been with.
Yeah.
ain't that one and the same though?
But, no,
No,
it's
no.
not
Wait,
really.
wait, what?
People don't have kids, Mom. Urban. You don't have to. I mean, you don't get a kid by everybody you sleep with.
What the?
That's right.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. Hold up. So
Mr. Lounge, all of my children are with my husband. What are you talking about? What? Am I missing
Vance,
something?
Vance, look. That because you're currently married. We're talking about if you're not married, and you're out in the dating market. That's why.
If you have more than 2 kids in my book, you trash. Your dick is ruined.
I ain't got nothing to say. I ain't got nothing to say. I ain't got
Hey,
nothing to say, child.
But she
I hope.
don't have any kids though, so she can make that disclaimer. She
Right.
don't
Sure
have.
can.
She don't
I
have
said what
any.
I said. She sure can. She
Yes,
can say whatever
yes.
she wants.
And that's why I say SBK can think how he want, because he's not married. It depends on
Never
what your
have.
situation is. See, and at the
Hey,
end of
hope,
at the end of the day, I'm not gonna date you if you got 10 or 15 kids. That's just not gonna be for me. I'm sorry.
hey, hold on. I'm gonna cut you off. I'm figure on me real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. But I feel like it's the more kids you have, the more problems we're gonna have. And
Exactly.
and your past is your past. And I'm not saying that a man. I know men don't want a woman with a high body count. That's always been a thing. Okay, and most women, they're not, like Joe said. They're not gonna tell you what the body count is. They're gonna give you, if you ask for a number, they'll give you a number. We'll give you a number, but you're not gonna get the real number. You'll never get the real number. And most women don't have a high body count for you to go out and like SBK say, if you go out to the restaurant or you've been out in the streets or whatever, the streets are the streets. Some people have a reputation in the streets and the shit ain't even true.
True.
Because
That's
men lie. Men will lie and women will lie and say, I slept with this person, or I slept with her, she ain't nothing, or he ain't nothing because I had him or whatever. And people will lie. So you really wouldn't know unless you just like CK said, you have to watch that person. You got to study them. And even if you watch and study them, that doesn't mean that you're going to know, because it's a lot of women that cheat on their man and their man never had a clue. And it's been 40 or 50 years ago. They were still together, and the man still never had a clue that his woman cheated on him.
They go to the grave with it.
Yeah.
Right. A lot of old women went to the grave with cheating on their man.
Y'all, you could be talking to a woman, and I'm talking, a man can be talking to a woman, and she says she don't have a whole man, and you're meeting her online. You go to see her online, and she comes to see you. You spend a whole time together, and you come on home, and all the time she had a whole man. She just met with you. You know, people can cheat. People cheat. Y'all don't understand. This is all.
I'm sorry for laughing, y'all. I'm so sorry.
But it's true.
No, it's the way Joe said it. Y'all just don't understand.
No, I understand what she said. I'm trust me.
I
Yes,
know.
she ain't lying.
I've seen too much. And I'm not even talking from experience, right? I've got a really low body count. I'm just telling you what's out there, guys. Don't be dumb. Don't be dumb.
Right. Because the women is not going to tell you the truth. They not going to.
Yeah, they gonna lie. They gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't care how long y'all been together. Some women are chameleons and they know how to stay one. Okay? They're not going to tell you the truth.
They do. And men too.
Yeah.
Y'all they always said, I wish women was like Big Mama. Big Mama had her a big daddy. Y'all just don't know that.
She had Pawpaw and she had Big Daddy, okay? And just like Pawpaw had his woman down the street, Big Mama had her man down up the street.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. And you just didn't ever know, because Big Mama knew how to, she knew how to hide all of that.
She knew how to hide it.
She knew how to hide it. So even though you ask that number and they give you all liners up here, even though they give you that answer, don't necessarily mean that answer is true.
Absolutely. Man,
But I'm here to tell y'all the truth will set you free. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, it will. But I mean,
already.
Though.
I don't know about all that.
How many of them setting themselves free though, Vaughn?
I don't know about all that.
Girl, I said what I said. You better say that.
Y'all asked a question about how you find out if they're cheating and whatever. And I'm going to tell y'all from experience, y'all were talking about how do you find out? I think Urban asked the question, how do you find out if they're cheating, right?
The man,
And
right? Don't give out the women's secrets.
I was finna tell it all. I said what I said.
I actually never cheated. I was cheated on, right? And yes, I stood my ground and I took the cheating. Okay. I'm going to forgive him. Right. And I just kept on for my marriage. For my family. But I'm going to tell you every single time, and this is God's honest truth, y'all. I promise you, if the man got up on this panel, he would tell you the same thing. Every single time he was caught cheating, I was not a woman that was always checking the phone, that was always checking emails, checking anything. I was never checking the man, and he had cheated several times, okay? But I was never looking for it. But just like Urban said, it'll come to pass. Everything that is done in the dark will come to pass. And I used to tell my ex-husband, y'all, you don't understand. God's got me. I don't even look for this stuff. It just falls on my lap and I find out. You need to understand that I was never checking the man. I'm going to give y'all an example. Okay. He handed me his phone. We're in the car. He's driving. and he hands me his phone and he says, hey, go send an email to so and so out of my email, out of his email in his phone, right? He's telling me to send an email in his phone. So he hands me his phone. You think the man wasn't hiding nothing, right? Okay. So he tells me to do that. So he gives me the phone. I get in his email to go do, and there's a sent. There's a, you know, when on your outbox that something's not sent. So the outbox had something not sent. So I went to the outbox because it was, you know, because I was going to send an email. So I go to the outbox and I open the email, and it's an email. He's trying to send an email to himself, to an email that I had no clue about. But I knew it was his, like a secret email, right? Because I didn't know he had that email, but I knew the email name is something he used on his gaming stuff. So, you know, it was an email that I knew was his because the email name, right? But I didn't know it existed. So I was like, what's this you're trying to send to this email? And what's this email? So I find out you got a secret email. He's like, and so I open up the email. I said, it didn't go. It was a picture he was trying to send out of his phone to a private email of his own. And the picture was of him, and there was a little baby girl laying on his chest. Didn't know who the little baby girl was, right? We didn't have no baby girls. We had only boys. But it's a little baby girl. So he proceeds to have to tell me that it's a little baby girl that's an ex-girlfriend of his, and that ex-girlfriend reached out to him telling him, I think this is your daughter. And he's been spending time with the little baby girl and took a picture of himself with the little baby girl.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
That's how I found out, though. This is how I found out, right?
Wow.
And of course, it didn't all come out right away, but it was because he told me to go send an email out of his phone.
Well, let me tell you how I found out.
He wanted to get caught.
Let me tell you how I found out my husband was cheating on me. Because one night after we got through doing the do, we normally used to go take a shower together. So instead of him getting in the shower, he throws it in the sink. So I'm like, when the hell did you start throwing it in the sink? And so he was like, what you mean? I said, you never take a wash off in the sink. What are you doing? You know, like this is something new. Like Rose said, you change up your game. So I'm like, so if you're throwing it in this sink, who other sink have you been throwing it in? Oh, I just don't feel like trying to gaslight me. I just don't feel like taking a shower. I said, but that ain't the routine. That ain't what we normally do. And I said, even if you just don't even feel like taking a shower, then you just roll over, go to sleep, take a shower in the morning. I said, but now all of a sudden you just feel comfortable with throwing it in the sink. Oh, you tripping. No, I'm not tripping. You changed your way and you throwing it in this sink. So that was the red flag. So after you threw it in this sink, then that's when I started investigating you. And so then I had to go ahead and put on a masquerade. I had to put on a whole costume with a wig and, you know, dress like I didn't normally dress like I was a hooker or something, and go get my auntie's car. And, you know, I had to do the whole investigation. And then, you know, I go riding where he normally go ride because he always had his little motorcycle club or his little truck club or what have you. So I do the disguise. I go ride where he normally ride. I park across the street, and then I just sit here and watch him and his girl, you know, do whatever it is that they were doing at the park. And so just by that little one sign of him throwing it in the sink sparked an investigation, because I was just like Joe. I wasn't looking for anything. I wasn't the type that just snooped around, or whatever you told me then, that's what it was. I didn't have any reason to believe that you were cheating. But that's how men get caught. Y'all change y'all way, y'all make a mistake, and you leave something like you don't send the email, or you may leave the text message in your phone, or if your girl called and you normally answer your phone, but all of a sudden you can't answer the phone because I'm with you or what have you. Those are signs, and that's how women know that y'all cheating, because y'all forget and y'all slip up. So once I did the investigation, found out you was cheating, forgave you the first time, But the second time, it wasn't even no question because once again you're back throwing it in the sink again. So okay, I'm out because this is what you want to do. I'm gonna give you what you want. You want to live a single life. So I'm gonna allow you to live your single life and let you frock around and do what you want to do. But until to this day, he swore that he wasn't cheating on me, and I sat there and watched it with my own two eyes.
Wait, he's still lying? Oh.
Still lying to this day.
Trash.
Oh wow.
To this day, he still can't admit it.
Lionel, what you got on it, bro?
What's up, man?
What's going on with you?
Hey, Lionel,
Hey,
the troublemaker.
Hey, Lionel.
Hey, Lionel.
I want you to have the floor before we start ending this thing. Go ahead.
These women are not funny tonight, man. I'm gonna tell you that right now. They are not funny.
Oh, you didn't like my jokes, Lionel?
Man,
We're not trying to be funny.
y'all ain't nothing funny. But here's the reality. Like, I saw what y'all were doing to my boy Urban, basically trying to tell him these men can't have standards on what they want to have standards for. And y'all not gonna play in my face like y'all done him, rewording everything and rewriting it to suit y'all needs. So y'all not gonna play that game with me. I can
That kind of
understand.
was rewriting history on the cool
They
though.
were. I saw it. Hey, these hoes be lying just like the regular girls. So I automatically assume all females are hoes by default. It's just the reality. I could care less who takes offense to it. I could care less who's been saved, who's on a spiritual journey, all that. Only got 2 husbands, only got 2 men. I assume all y'all hoes just by default. That way y'all can't surprise them. That'd just be the reality.
So you walk around accusing perfectly good.
I don't know.
human
None of you are
beings
perfectly
because
good
what?
at anything. None of
No,
you.
I cannot.
Nope. None of you are perfectly good anything. So
Oh,
what's
Father.
mad about me about I'm not accusing nothing. I'm telling you how I just look at it so y'all don't catch me off guard. I don't got to be catch slipping or anything like that because that's how I'm going to look at it. Y'all can tell me whatever you want, but then 9 times out of 10, I'm automatically going to assume you're lying. And y'all had a whole feast up here talking about how much women lie, which confirms what I do. And that's what I said. These women ain't funny, you know. They'll give me crap for supporting the hoes and the corner girls and whatnot.
That's why you
But
gotta be.
then they'll switch this whole conversation around and be supporting the girls that be having 100 bodies inside of them, who had the football team from the entire league inside of them, and say that's not a problem. It's the past. We don't worry about the past. That's what they like to say. Meanwhile, I asked that same question. I'm glad Urban brought it up because not a lot of women gonna look at a pedophile and be like, "That's the past." No, the past matters. It's bullshit when you say it doesn't.
That's why you do a background check on a nigga nowadays. You want to know what if they been a pedophile or a rapist or something like that.
Yeah,
You know.
And
it's
So
I
just
that's
as
will
why I
say,
easy.
do a
and
background check on
It's
them.
just as easy to hide that as well, though. So
the past, certain types of past do matter.
no, it's not
I
about
just
certain
want to
types
say
of
that.
past. The past,
No, because
that's the reality. Y'all not twisting that shit on me. The past matters. F all that. This
so
ain't
Lionel,
no
wait,
certain
I got a
stuff.
question.
Go for it.
Lionel. So you walk around hurt because somebody hurt you? That's what I'm hearing.
No,
That's what I
no,
always hear when you talk.
no.
Yeah, that's what I've been
I've had
hearing.
plenty of
Somebody
women,
hurt him.
plenty of women keep it straight with me, so I understand how things work out here.
So why y'all don't say the same thing about me? He essentially say the same thing I say. We just say it in 2
Exactly.
totally different
Mr.
ways.
Lounge, we know you hurt. We know you. We still getting to know Lionel. And you know
I'm not hurt at all. Where did you get that from?
Cause the way that you
okay.
talk. Because I can feel like you
Exactly.
a type of man that got hurt. But that's the way that you talk. You talk like, like
It's a different from being hurt in the past to currently marking me as a man being hurt currently. All I did
But
is learn from
because the
all I
past
all I
matters.
did All I did is learn from my life experiences, and I'm just sharing it with y'all. Well, if you agree with it or not, that's totally up to you.
But my thing is, the past is the past. Why would I bring up a man's past or whatever if he's running around here being he used to rape, or when you were a rapist, or you a pedophile or whatever, you still gonna be there. That's still in you, right? So the past
Exactly.
sometimes catch up with you with the future, because that's kind of like a mental situation right there. You know what I'm saying?
But
And
that's not
that's
what
when
y'all
I
were
go
saying
in and do
earlier.
a background check on you, see have you got convicted of this kind of stuff. Cause I don't want that around me. So I would do a background
Hmm.
check on you.
The
You know what I'm
problem is
saying?
that's not what y'all were saying earlier. Y'all was saying, what if the girl gets 30 something years old? She's calmed down. She's better now. She's on point. She can be a lady now. And I'm like, fuck that. No, she's still a hoe.
But you
Just
can
because
say the
that's
same about a
No,
but you
no,
can say the
they
same
don't
about a
that's not the
man.
same. That's not the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Because for simple fact, a woman might want to be out there and want to experience sex and all that type of stuff. It's experimenting and everything. She might was
Wait,
experimenting
what's
at
her
a
name?
young age.
What's your name? I don't know her name. MZ. No, wait, no,
Oh,
Rose.
Miss
Okay, Rose.
Bro.
538.
Check it. I watched the preacher talk about adultery, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, they like to say that it's okay for a man to run wild in his youth. And he is more suitable to be a faithful husband than a woman that runs around in her youth. That's a lie.
I agree.
Okay,
That is a
I
lie,
was
and
going
it's a
I
double
was going to
standard.
say
I
And
The
agree
yes.
double
though.
standard. It's the double standard rule, Vaughn. You got to remember.
Yes, because
Yes.
I thank you for saying that, like, because I was finna say, okay, because if you upset that the we was defending people having fun and then calming down, you got to hold that same standard to a man too. Now, Lionel, you can't. So it's safe for me to say all men are hoes too. Then, if you feel like all women are hoes based on what I just said, because I done
No,
heard
no,
some
no,
men
because
panels
I'm
where
telling you what I'm telling you the
what?
standard that I keep. That's
You
essentially what I'm
cannot
saying.
say
Because
those
Oh,
I
okay.
because
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not gonna let a woman, I'm not letting women dictate my standards. That shit don't happen. I tell you what the standards are, and that's how I run with it. Now y'all can do that shit
are
to the
you with a
beta
woman
men.
right now? When the last time you been with a
Y'all
woman, Lionel?
yeah,
When the last time you been with a woman?
last month
Girl,
actually.
it's been a long time. He lying. He lying.
No, I thought no, I thought on E and SBK show with a little church girl, but that was the reason I couldn't be with her because she was too spiritual for me.
So what kind of woman do you want? You always talking about you want the corner girls, the girl to suck the dick
I never said that
and
I
bend
want
over
that.
and all that type of bullshit.
Like I
The
said,
streetwalker.
you've never heard me say I want that. Not a single
That's what
podcast you've heard
you
me.
said that you like
Now I told
the
you I
rounded way
had.
girls and all that type of stuff, the whores and the streetwalkers.
I've said I've had. I never said I wanted.
Child, I cannot. So if
So
you
you
don't want
had
somebody,
streetwalkers.
But wait,
You
wait. Why is that getting twisted into this? That don't have shit to do with what I was
I
already
got a
saying.
You
question.
Because I see what
Lionel,
I
these
got
Lionel,
a
women
you
are
know,
question.
trying.
hey,
I see what they're trying to do, so I'm going to keep them on point.
you
I already see what they're trying to do, so I'm going to keep them on point. I'm just answering the
you
question.
know the reason. You know the reason why, bro. We've been through this before.
Well, of course.
Whenever women start throwing them ad homineals, you
Yup.
already know that you don't want an argument.
Well,
Yeah,
he
So
the
there you
one in
go.
the
it's gonna
chat
happen.
talking about he like the 304s, the streetwalkers, and the girls that bend over, the ones that can handle the jaws, and you know what I'm saying, and he want all that, but he don't want the spiritual holy girl.
Y'all creating those narratives.
It sounds to me like he don't like the spiritual girl because she ain't giving it up, but the streetwalker will. That's
Actually,
what it sounds
that's
like to
not
me.
true. Actually, the girls who are spiritual like to give it up quicker than the other girls.
Of course you gonna say it. So then why you ain't with the other girl? Just lie. Just lie.
Wait,
He's spiritual. He don't want a spiritual woman.
I just said I don't want spiritual woman though, but that's
I
because she
cannot.
triggers me.
The
I already
spiritual
explained
women are
that.
kind of freaky and stuff, and they'll pray over your wiener. You might want that.
Exactly. You
I
would
don't
never
want
have
that.
erectile dysfunction messing with a spiritual girl.
I don't personally think that's funny. They have their issues that I'm not willing to deal with. They say shit that triggers me. And so then back to the street you have to go, or back to the church you have to go.
Oh my
What
God.
do the streetwalker
What,
say?
Lionel? What do
Sucky,
they
sucky,
say?
and wet, wet.
Actually,
I
they're a
can't.
lot. They're a lot nicer. I'll
What
say
do
that.
they say to trigger you?
God got a calling on his life. I said what I said.
That's
I got all the
definitely. I
answers.
already definitely know that's bullshit. But they'll say, yeah, bullshit like that.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Try to pray for me. Try to have all
Oh
this
my
faith. Try to tell me,
God.
You don't
you
want nobody
know,
to have discernment for you?
I don't want to hear that shit. Basically, I mean, but they be fine as hell though. That's the only reason I try to put up with it a little bit.
No.
But
I'm
they
still
already
trying.
know I don't like that crap, so
I,
they'll try to convert me.
I'm still trying to figure out how did this come to y'all ask a question about this dude dating experience. I don't have nothing. What we talking about don't have
Because
nothing to do with this dating experience. Why y'all attacking his dating experience?
Mr. Lounge, he said all women. He said he automatically assumed all women are hoes.
This was
So
That's how.
connected. To be fair,
that's
that was
his
connected.
opinion,
That
though.
answer,
So
that
what does that
question
have to
was
do with his
connected
dating
to it.
experience?
He can't have no successful relationship if he going into the situation thinking like that. That's negative energy.
Why is that negative energy? Just assuming that your pussy loose.
Because why?
Because y'all gonna lie about it if it's not anyway, right? I mean, that's what all the women up here agree on.
There you go.
Oh Lord.
So why is that negative experience if I'm bringing the same energy y'all bringing?
No, we're not.
What? Like what?
But if you already go into the experience thinking that she got a loosey goosey, but suppose it's tighty whitey, but you don't know because you automatically going in with that
That
negative
y'all make it
Exactly.
sound like I'm not still smashing her though. Like I'm
Also, you
like,
still
ew, I'm
want the
not
mess.
touching her. Y'all make it sound like I'm not
Okay.
touching her.
Because when she go to the grocery store, you don't think she's somewhere in the aisle bending it over. That's what it sounds
Nah,
like.
no, because if she's doing that, trust me, you
Just
can
saying.
literally just make a new roster. That just becomes the situation.
God, y'all are crazy as hell.
It's
Man,
Lionel.
hey, look, SBK, I'm trying I am trying my best to give these women the alibi so they won't go deeper down this rabbit hole, but they just keep pushing the button. So I'm not gonna say nothing. This is what I'm talking about right here. When you get men up here who literally be up here trying to protect and provide for them, guess what? They don't take heed to it at all. They just keep
Exactly.
going and going and going and going.
Yup.
So wait. I got a question, Mr. Lounge, because
Here we go. What?
every majority, pretty much everybody, I'm sure, is older than me on this panel. Okay, and I'm married. What makes you think what you saying to us is you providing something that we don't already know, or not? No, I take that back. What makes you feel like your advice is the way and the only way when we are women, okay, who have experience in life and with men? And we trying to tell y'all something too now. We trying to put y'all on game, but
Y'all
you
ain't
don't
telling
want to
us shit
hear it.
though. Y'all not telling us
But
shit.
we're
That's the thing.
okay.
So
Okay.
y'all saying a
Okay.
bunch of bullshit, a bunch of nothing at the end of the day. I mean, Urban's giving y'all more preaching advice than y'all been giving the whole night.
Get off of
So
Urban's balls.
what makes
Okay?
Urban
Y'all
Thank
preaching?
you. Thank
What
you,
makes
Joe. Oh, he's
Urban's
such a
preaching
I
sweet
mean, you
advice
boy.
can't just
better? When you
acknowledge
said you
that.
don't like the
What?
preachy type, though, you said you don't like the preachy type female. But what
right.
makes Urban's preachy advice better? That's
Thank
kind of
you.
contradictory to what you just
No,
said.
it's
You
not.
like the preachy shit.
No, it's that double standard crap we talk about.
Oh, so you like the preachy shit if it coming from a male, but not a
Oh,
female.
they got more substance than what
I'm
they got to
just
talk
asking
about.
for the friends in the
There you
back.
go. Bingo.
They got
Bingo.
more substance than
Ding
what they
ding
talk about.
ding.
Ding,
A
ding,
lot of women
Hey,
don't have as much substance when they talk, and Urban proved it
hey,
tonight.
Are you
well,
just
Women,
once
did you
again,
just say women don't have substance when they
hey,
speak? I gotta go on mute.
real quick, once again, I'm figure ready to challenge the logic behind this. Now, if you go over there to the lounge, whenever I be on doing the spiritual stuff, matter of fact, I went on a whole sabbatical and stuff. Right?
Mhm.
Guess what Leonard was saying the whole entire time? He was saying the whole entire time, this is bullshit. Urban, I'm getting tired. You talking about all this
Yeah.
spiritual stuff. So therefore, what y'all just said earlier don't have nothing to do with that.
Thank you. And y'all can go watch his videos. All I did was trash him the entire time. Every one of his videos.
What
This
does
is
that have
bullshit. You're full of shit. This is crap.
No. What does that have anything to do when you are in this chat You're always riding his balls.
That is hilarious because he's speaking facts. If
Joe,
I
he
don't,
does that over there too. I
so if
call
I
them
don't,
senior and
so if,
junior.
so if I
Okay, I
don't
just want
agree
you to
with
know that.
him, I let him know. But if I agree with him, hell
What
yeah.
you have, what you have, even on this panel, a lot of times.
Oh my
Alrighty.
God.
I'm gonna get ready to drop down because
Yeah, I'm getting ready to end this. Hold on, before you drop down, I'm gonna end this.
okay.
I said what I said. What do you got going on with your channel? You have any new? You have a new discussion. You got what you got new going on? Go ahead.
Well, I'm getting ready to try to turn a corner with my channel. I'm gonna start doing body cams with the real true crime. I'm really gonna get more into the true crime, into politics on my channel. So
Awesome,
I'm
awesome,
excited
awesome,
about that, and so that's the road I'm finna get ready to go down.
awesome, 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 awesome.
And thank you for
So,
allowing me to be on your panel. It's been a pleasure.
yes, ma'am.
Lionel, Urban, CKJ, Miss where is it at? I can't see
Oh,
her.
Miss Coco BX.
Miss Coco BS and
Coco BX.
Don and Miss Flojo. It's been a pleasure talking to all of you guys. Y'all have a great night, and I'll see you guys when you coming back, SBK.
I will be. I'm not sure whenever I'm coming back, but I'm for sure coming back with the all women's panel on Sunday.
For sure.
We won't. I won't be doing a show Friday due to my daughter being getting prepared for her prom night out.
Okay.
So, but
Okay, I got you, 2 Cent Gorilla. I think I'm subscribed to your channel. All right, you
yes,
guys have a great night. It is like always. It's been good and it's been real. It's been fun.
Have a
thank
beautiful
you
night.
so much.
See
Thank
you. I
you so
said what I
much.
said. Love you.
Yes,
Good
ma'am.
night.
Urban, my big bro, what's going on? What you got going on?
Hey, once again, salute, bro. Appreciate you inviting me up to the show like I always, causing all this chaos and leaving like I always. But what I got going on now, since I'm off my sabbatical now, I'm going to be covering the whole case with Carmelo Anthony. I've been building up content for that, so I'm start covering that. I also got some other content that I need to cover as well too. So I'll be putting that out this week too. Also, those of y'all who not subscribed to my DJing channel, make sure that you sub up to there because that's where I'm gonna be doing all my DJing sets on that channel. Not my main channel, not my Urban Lounge podcast channel, but on my DJ Urban channel. Make sure you're sub up to that channel. So I'll be doing all my DJ sets over there.
Drop your link. Is that it? Drop your link, Urban. Drop your link in the chat.
Oh yeah, I drop it. I'll drop it.
Yeah, drop it.
But other than that, that's all I got for this coming up week for some content. So other than that, I'll see y'all in the YouTube streaks and everywhere.
All right, brother. All right.
Salute,
all
Urban.
Right. All right.
See you, Mr. Lounge.
All right. Miss Coco, the beautiful Miss Coco BX. What you got going
Salute
on?
everyone. You guys are so freaking amazing and so freaking hilarious. I love, like I said, all the different points of view. And it's really, really beautiful. I love to engage with you guys. Like I said, you make me think about so much, and it's just really, really, really awesome. So there are a lot of great things that I took away tonight. So thank you all for your fun, your engagement, your transparency. It's very helpful and very, very fun. And I really, truly enjoyed it. I'll be back live sometime later this week. I will update you with everything. Salute to your baby on going to her prom, SBK. That is so freaking exciting. And I know she's going to have a beautiful time. So that's super duper awesome. You guys keep on doing your thing. I truly enjoy different perspectives. I've been catching some of you guys' playbacks. Very, very interesting stuff. And Joe, you better get it, boo. I seen you, Joe. I seen you. I had my eyeballs on you, Joe. Keep doing it, boo. I love it. It's just really motivating, the different aspects, the different topics that you guys bring. It's really, really super awesome. And keep doing your thing. Von's Reality, I got to check out some of your stuff. You guys keep doing your thing. Like I said, I love everything that you guys bring to the table, your own individual personalities and stuff. And I love that you guys talk on different things. Like I said, I love what I love about here. We always can agree to disagree, and we have fun, and we shoot the shits, and it's fun. You know what I'm saying? We're all grown. We do engaging topics, and I learned some new stuff. Thank you to my boo boo Ro. Girl, girl, Ro never leaves me uncaptivated. She's so entertaining and so hilarious. So thank you guys so much. I hope you guys have a beautiful, amazing start to your weekend. And we're gonna take it one day at a time, one step at a time, moving forward, power forward. So you guys keep doing your things. You guys are amazing. And thank you so much, SBK, for allowing me to grace your panel. Salute to anyone in
Always.
the chat that I missed. Salute to everyone that's gonna be on the playback. Salute to you guys. And you guys have a beautiful night.
Always, always. Joe, what you got going on? What's your last words?
Nothing. I wanted to say to Lionel, don't get upset, honey. You came on here talking about all of us being 304, so I had to push back on you too. So
You're
don't
fine.
get offended. But and Urban, thank you for dropping that. I'm gonna go look at it. I thought I was there. I don't know if I have it yet. But everybody, thank you for gracing SBK's panel, and it was real.
All right, Bonds. It's your first time coming on the panel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What you got going on? What's your last final words? What you got going on?
I wish I wouldn't have had took a phone call, because it seemed like y'all had got really interesting, but I can't lie and deny that I would have rather have been on the phone call. But yeah, it was nice being up here, and that's about it. And don't come to my channel because I do whatever I want to do whenever I want to do it. So if y'all looking to see something specific, it ain't there.
That same thing here. If you're looking for something specific, it ain't gonna be here. It ain't gonna be here at all. But y'all go.
I like random.
Yeah, we're always kind of. Well, yeah, you're kind of random. I kind of talk about random stuff. So y'all go subscribe up to Von's Reality. Y'all go subscribe to her. She keeps it lit over there. Subscribe to Urban. Subscribe to I Said What I Said. Go ahead.
Real quick, bro.
Go ahead, Urban.
Hey, just let everybody know in the chat and stuff. This is what we do all the time. We be on the panel and stuff. So there's no hard feelings. We don't be tripping or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So don't worry about it, y'all. We're good.
Facts.
And I don't pay Lionel no type of attention. Y'all, you just got to not pay him no type of attention.
Facts.
You better pay my bro attention. We pay your attention, Vance.
I only got enough for you. Lionel, he stay over there.
Damn, Lionel. Damn. Go ahead, Lionel. Go ahead, bro.
You know they don't like the truth though. That's all. So they got a lot of clap back when they hear it. They start hearing the truth, they got to shut down. They got to start attacking. It is what it is. I'm used to it. I expect it. They just women. What I got going on is at www.airtothestars.com and the personas of Sugsverse. A lot of content has been written over there in the last 2 weeks. 9 new characters have been updated to the stories to expand the franchise even more. So definitely go check that out. Concepts are only getting deeper.
Facts. Man, Lionel's got a lot of exciting things. The Messiah Complex himself, the Sugsverse, you guys go and check it out. Don't you ladies forget, on the 27th, next week, all ladies panel. It's all yours. My panel is your panel. Mi casa, su casa. Bonds, I expect you to be there. So don't be being the way you are. You need to be next week.
But what we gonna be talking about?
Trust me. You just got to trust me on this.
Oh,
you're gonna
Lord.
love
Okay.
it.
Okay.
So,
all right.
So SBK, if I say that I'm now transitioning and I wear a wig, would I be able to participate on the women's panel?
Facts. Diversity and inclusion. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, bro. DEI. Absolutely. Absolutely. Man, I'm proud of all of y'all, man. Every last one of y'all, everybody in the chats. This has been a lit night. I wasn't expecting to go 4 hours long, almost 5. But we are here. You know what I'm saying? We are here. I was not expecting this at all. I was expecting 2 hours at the most, 2 hours tops. And this was lit. This was lit. So I want to thank Urban, thank Lionel, thank Bonds, thank Joe, thank Ro, thank I Said What I Said, thank CKJ. Who else was up here? Am I missing somebody? Jimbo. Am I missing somebody? I think that's everybody. Everybody, Miss Coco BX. Thank you guys for all coming up, man. Y'all have made it lit. TCAP, yeah. Everybody, you know what I mean? Y'all, I love it. I love it what we got going on. Urban, Lionel, thank you guys, man. You guys are family. You guys are always welcome up here. So we will see you guys Sunday for sure. You guys keep your eyes and your ears open for the Tap In podcast. We will not be, as I stated at the beginning of the show, we will not be filming Friday, but we will probably be doing a pop-up live here pretty soon. So you guys just keep your notifications. So we will be popping up, bro. You know what I mean? And man, great show, fellas. Great show. Go ahead, Urban. What you got?
Hey, since y'all not on doing the show Friday, y'all come over to the lounge. I'll do a DJ set for y'all to want to make up for the Tap In show.
Absolutely.
Or I may just go live.
Absolutely. I got I'll be checking that out, Urban, on a replay because I'll be out and about getting this girl's hair and nails and feet done and all that good stuff.
Yeah, believe me, I know, bro. I know how it is. but I know you're a proud daddy, though, man. I know, bro.
Yeah, man. I'll be posting some stuff on here so y'all can see. So, man, yeah, I am a proud papa. So, Vaughn says she is not ready to go to bed. If I did not have to work, I would have a marathon live like some of these dudes. But you know. I gotta get up. I gotta get up in the morning. But if you do go live, Vaughn, I will tune in to you while I'm in bed. You know what I mean? While I'm in bed. So, man, it's great live, fellas. Great live, ladies and gentlemen. See you guys Sunday. We will go live 7:45. All ladies panel. Y'all come on through. All ladies, no men allowed. I promise you that Urban, my two bros up here on the panel, they will troll you. They will troll you and push back on you. But they're not going to be on the panel. But the ladies, we want you all to speak. You dig? All right. So with that being said, it's your boy. SBK is gone.